Oh, I should do the application. Yeah, my apologies. Okay. Good morning, folks. Thanks for joining. So make sure you're in the right place. This is the 5th quarterly meeting of the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force. My name is Megan Wiley. I'm doing facilitation support for everyone for the next 2 days. I'm going to run through housekeeping in a moment, but quickly, for our folks. There are folks joining us in person or online. We do have Spanish interpretations available to us. I'll just leave this slide up for a quick moment. If you're joining us on Zoom, the way to find that interpretation channel is to scroll to the bottom of your toolbar, look for that globe, the interpretation, and then click on that and select your preferred language. We have Spanish and English today, so you can make your selection. It is, I find, helpful to click mute original audio if you don't want to hear the background noise that's happening as well. So I'll give you a moment to settle in there. We also have in-room interpretation and folks show up and have that request. Right now, so we'll be calling to order, please.
Want to welcome everybody. I now call the 5th meeting of the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force to order. I would like to thank first the task force members for showing up here in person and online and here in Houston today as we continue working towards our policy recommendations. I want to send a special thank you to the members of the public for showing up in person today, as well as online. And now I ask the facilitator to establish a quorum and participation guidelines.
Sure. Okay. Quick Zoom tips, our standard Zoom tips. We have everyone muted upon entry. If you're joining us on Zoom and you are not a task force member or panelist, you're an attendee. So you'll be able to observe the task force discussions until it comes time for our various public comment periods. At which point, if you're interested to share public comment, we'll move you over to a panelist and ask you to unmute. And it's helpful for us if you raise your hand during that portion so we can easily find you in the participant panel. And you do this with the little reactions button at the bottom. Now here it shows the raise hand features, but I know Zoom has gone through a couple of updates. So now sometimes there's a smiley face and sometimes people have a heart. So you might have to click the heart to be able to find your raised hand feature. Our public comment process for folks joining us in the room, we'll go through this a couple of times. We do have public comment cards in the back, as long as some other supporting materials, printed copies of the slide deck and the briefing packet that we'll be going through today. But all those materials are also available on our website as well. Public comment forms are in the back. It's helpful for us if you just fill that out and then indicate which agenda topic your comment is on, so we know how many folks would like to get in the discussion queue. There's also a virtual public comment form. It's at the sgc.ca.gov/meetings-events. You can click on that, and it's helpful if you fill out a form for each of the opportunities that you're interested to provide comments on. We do ask for comment after each identified agenda session, as well as just a general public comment session at the end. We'll ask folks to try to stick to that 2-minute time limit, and I'll help you keep an eye on time as needed. Our participation guidelines for all of us working together collaboratively is we're really cultivating a space where we can exchange ideas and share and learn and listen to each other in a mutually respectful and collaborative environment. So we share the airspace and we treat each other respectfully. And everyone has always been really wonderful about that. That extends to everyone in the room, including staff, task force members, and other folks joining us as well. Where there's a lot of different perspectives to share. Indeed, that's why we're all gathered here, because it's such a wonderful place to exchange experiences and ideas. But the last one here, stay on, a reminder to stay on point. So because the task force is subject to Bagley-Keene requirements, we must limit our conversations to the agendized sessions. So if we tend to veer, I'll help us get back on track. And it kind of goes for public comments as well. Okay, quick roll call to establish quorum, and then I'll introduce staff in the room. And I'm gonna go around here, make eye contact with Chief. Member Zoe, please say here. Here. Cheryl Hawkins.
I'm here.
Member Nathaniel Brown.
Here.
Member Leah Schwartzman. Here. Member Thea Rittenhouse. Here. Member Irene De Baracuya. Here. Member Dorian Robinson. Member Dorian Leon.
Here.
Member Lawrence Harlan.
Here.
Wonderful. Member Ruth Dolphus Willard online.
Here.
Fabulous. Am I missing anyone else online? Okay, members not with us currently are member Darlene Franco, member James Nakahara will be joining us later this afternoon, and Vice Chair Emily Durganian who will also be joining us shortly. So quorum is established. Staff is also here to support us today. We'll be giving various presentations. On my left, Camille Frazier from California Strategic Growth Council, Tessa Salzman, Sean Kennedy, Caleb Swanson. We'll be taking notes, we'll be generating a meeting summary, we'll be writing slide decks. Please let us know if there's anything that you need by way of support. Last bit of housekeeping items. So there's some placards around the table here for Wi-Fi if you need to connect any of your devices. Excuse me. There's also a code to access the restrooms. So restrooms are out this way and then immediately to the left. The code is 0232. If you forget, it's also on a sticky note out front, so you won't get locked out. But don't go to those restrooms. Code does not work that way. Learn from experience. Parking, if you parked in the lot here, there are signs that it's a 2-hour time limit. However, pardon me, you have insider knowledge that this lot is not checked with very high frequency. So you're probably good, but if you would like to move your car during a break, happy to help support you to find alternative parking in the garage down the street too. And so we're streaming. We have cameras. These are cameras and microphones. These squares up here are the microphones for the room, and I think it's been working really well. So we'll try to keep the rustling of paper to a minimum. But I think if folks online, we've gotten thumbs up. It's working out nicely. Let us know if we have any other audio issues. And then lastly, in the back, we have some refreshments, some coffee, tea, water. Please make yourselves comfortable. We'll have lunch coming in at the appropriate lunchtime, and a few breaks, so please break as needed. Sound good? Okay. Thank you. Chair, would you like to introduce?
Now I have the privileged honor to introduce Chairwoman Louise Ramirez of the Ohlone Esteban Nation, which is welcoming remarks and acknowledgements, which we will be presenting today. Welcome.
Should I bring this iPad? Yeah, sure. Okay. Thanks.
Nishma, QIP to Kanashama Sana Kahuiti. Asia Kanyami Chak Pasamuatas, if a hetan alone coast to no one excellent nation, if a hetan, the greater Monterey Bay Area. My name is Luis Miranda Ramirez, and I am the tribal chairwoman for Aloni Coast to no one excellent nation. We are the indigenous people of Monterey County. Today I come with you to talk about land back and the problems with land back. We have been working with Big Sur Land Trust. We started working before together before the words land back came out, and the process was raising money to buy his property. This is what it's called, his property. It's 84 acres of untouched land within the city of Monterey. It's never been disturbed. It's a cultural site. It's a burial site. And we know that for a long time. Now we can move on. So in planning to receive this land, Big Sur Land Trust started to raise money and raised half of it and sort of slowed down. And then we have land back and working with the Coastal Nature Conservancy, who agreed to pay per deal with the owner of the property $7 million for 84 acres. Now, that's what half an acre probably cost in Monterey. So we were lucky that the owners at that time, his brother, agreed to pay that amount and receive that amount. And the Nature's Conservancy paid that, agreed to pay that in November. And this year in April, the final money came through and the land was paid for, but was put in the name of the land trust. Okay, and so this is the land, and this is how special that land is. It looks like a bear. And if you look at the property, I mean, it's so weird the way the legs and everything are carved out. It's 27% wetland and needs to be protected. It's off of a private road. There are many, many easements on this land because the road is part of our land, and with the really rich people up on the mountain to use. So that's coming in out of Highway 68. And if you notice up on the corner over there, that's where the airport was extended by the FAA because the runway was not long enough for some flights. But all that area, when they were digging, that was one of our village sites. So we know that across the street, where there's a pond and water, that the people would have been there as well. So this is again the property. It's surrounded by many, many native oaks. We can. So there's all of this that was brought to us in August of this year. So before that, we had no idea of some of this information. So we've been advised to get legal counsel. So we can go on. So this was also part. We've been told we needed a stewardship fund, and they expect that the fund needs to be $490,000 so that we can learn how to take care of our homeland, which is, what can I say? So they figure that money needs to be there, and 14,700 would be taken from property stewardship. And who gets that money? That money has to be sitting there and drawn down, which are not a federally recognized tribe. So we don't have those funds. We can move on. And again, this is more of the property things, all the restrictions and all. So we can go on, and we have to agree to all of it. And I sort of combined these so that we can make the PowerPoint a little bit small. Each one of those tells you how much money we are going to need. $25,000 for a land stewardship plan. We need to learn how to identify invasive plants, and then there's more. So we need to learn how to maintain a road. We need to learn to maintain and so it keeps on. We can go on, as you can see. Now this was barely given to us in August, and when you're sitting here like you are, and this is coming, each of those items was on one page. My council really wasn't catching it, And, you know, we were thrilled that we were going to be getting this land. And so finally, what I'm doing after you see in between how much the totals, so we can move on. So I sort of broke it down. And they're telling us you can't build on the land. We had asked from the very beginning to the cultural center because we want to educate the students of the area. We want them to come. We want to be able to have camping, and we want to do an indigenous garden. And we're told there cannot be any agriculture on land that. And we're saying we're not going to the fields or any of these. We just want a community garden to where our people have what are the most important things if it's not shelter and food sovereignty for our people. So we need to, this is when they're talking about all the approvals we're going to need. And the thing is now that the land is in the name of Big Sur Land Trust. So if we can move on. So here we go. Here's the total of everything. And the main question I asked at the end of the meeting was, what happens since we don't have this funding? And I was advised that their board may decide, since we don't have the money, we can't maintain the land, and it would stay with Big Sur Land Trust. And this is a problem. Okay, we know that there are many things we need to do. We know that we're going to find. We know that it was paid for us to have that land. I testified at the Nature's Conservancy meeting, and they were aware. I've met with them. They were aware the land is to come to us. But we're not the only tribe that's having that problem. When they're coming after you give the land and pay for the land, that we're all coming out with figures like this. And if you're a casino tribe, you're going to have the money. We don't, and other tribes don't as well. So we're talking about hundreds of thousands, 620,760 for the cost of land back. It's not right. We believe that the minute it was approved, that all of the monies required should be included. It's a part of the program. They're the ones who are saying, we can't give you this land until you pay this amount. So now we have to look for grants. The Land Trust is also assisting by looking for grants, but there are not large grants out there that are going to cover stewardship. And so we're aware that when we're transferring title, that there's always going to be those title fees. So we've been saving some funding, but there's no way we're going to come up with 620,000. It's just not happening. And politically here, I've talked to Congress people, and they refuse to assist us in federal recognition unless we agree that we would not do casinos. And their reasoning for that is because they need to protect other people who have gaming problems. And so it's really hard that once again, we're not considered as the indigenous people. No one ever said we were going to do casinos, but it's our right as part of our sovereignty to make that decision ourselves. not to be told. Congress is not going to pass your recognition unless you agree to this. So they are taking our steps to remove our sovereignty. And so this is important that we bring it to everyone. This land was always our land. And there are about 20 districts that we call village areas. My ancestry has been proven to 15 of them. And my great-grandfather, Thomas Santos Miranda, and his wife, Maria Inés Agnes Garcia, were both excellent and identified in 1906 by C.E. Kelsey when Congress sent them out to identify the landless Indians. So we're the only family, and there are currently 125 members registered in our tribe. But we don't even have the money for federal recognition. We know that other tribes are spending $20 million and more to go through the process, and yet they're still being denied, even though they've been registered as previously recognized. And that's what we are. Yes, they know we exist. We can have all of our records. Every tribal member has their records all the way back to when Sarah came in and recorded their names, their native names, their village names, and the names that they changed our names to. We did not have Spanish names, but we do now. So a lot of times people think, well, you have a Mexican name, you're not Indian. We are, but those names were all assigned to us. So we come to let you know that when you're talking about agriculture, this was our land. Right here in Salinas at Carr Lake. And one time I told Big Sur Land Trust, because they have now have the land and they're getting a $6 million grant or $4 million to finish with Carr Lake. Part of it is a park. And we fought to have that name, the park renamed after the homeland. The homeland, the area was Anson. And so Anson is a word for blackberries. So our people used to come here and gather blackberries in Salinas. And so our ancestors also told stories about 8 waterways within Carr Lake. But because of farming, because of agriculture, there's only 3 left. They closed them off and sent all the water into the ocean. So it's really important that this agriculture area, when everybody talks about Salinas as the lettuce capital, that they realized this was all our homeland, and we've been refused to land at Port Ord when Port Ord closed. The Board of Supervisors refused to accept that. We are constantly fighting for vacant parcel and have been told you have to pay the full price. So we want to bring to your attention that as an agriculture group and as agriculture people who live in this area, that we have no homeland. We're still fighting for homeland, to teach our kids, to educate everyone on who we are. And so I bring that to you so you can share the fact that that money is needed. How can that be told it's land back? I mean, when Brad Pitt can come into Carvel and pay $42 million for one house. When they want to, the farmers want to dredge the Salinas River, when the Salinas River is part of our creation story. So we have a rich history here, but it's not accepted. It doesn't allow us to be deep. We we are active. Chago is here. We have a play that's called IA, and we bring up all these problems and working to have it at schools. We had it at the University of California, San Diego, where they worked with us and we presented. We're working with University of Riverside to have a documentary to be able to raise money to pay for our land. And I just want you to know that closeness that families have, we don't have. Because when recognized tribes have land and time to be together, we have no place to be together. No place that we don't get kicked out of. We can't just go and stay and sit there and sing and do whatever we need to without being on a time limit. So I bring that information to you. I don't know how you can use it, but it's to know that this is happening to Indigenous people. That land back is not what it is supposed to be. So when you hear about people talking about land back, there's all these catches to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Apologize for coming in late. I was with the meeting with the Tribal Advisory Council with the NRCS. So it wasn't for that, I would have been here, but good to see you, Chairwoman. And then one of the policies and recommendations that this task force is reviewing within the work that we're going to be presenting to the governor and legislator is one of them anyway, is the tribal nature-based solutions. Would you guys, what are your interests in there? Because I know there's, like you said, those conditions, my tribe was awarded through that, but there are the conditions of relinquishing our sovereignty and how we utilize the land that we were awarded. When really we weren't awarded land, we were awarded money to buy land. The state should just be giving the land back, but that's, we'll talk about that later.
I agree. And I think that the minute the conservatives stood up, and we know they had what 101 million, and they tried to spread that around, that the additional amount needs to be included. I mean, who's going to get this money? It's not us. It's persons who are going to do those reports. Whatever goes back to, to the land trust. I know they did title searches. I know all the stuff they had to clean up on this title because of all the easements. And yet we have to do it too. Why? Why? I mean, it's like, yeah, we know we have to have the director's insurance, and we know we have to have property insurance. And we're a nonprofit as well, so we're going to file for the welfare relief and hopefully not pay taxes. I mean, when you talk about a cultural assessment, we're going to pay almost $30,000 for an archaeologist to come in and view the land. We told them it's sacred. We told them we know what's there. So it's brought to you, and we keep on trying to bring that information forward because everybody thinks, well, God, these tribes are getting all this free land, and it's not right. It's not free land, and it's not right that we were not told that until the meeting in August. And when I saw it, I said, oh, wait a minute, what's happening? Where did all this come from? Yes.
The land use restrictions, like not being able to build your cultural center, not being able to have gardens. First of all, when did you learn about that? And is that coming from the land trust or is that another kind of ordinance that's affecting?
Part of the funding from the cultural conservancy, the nature conservancy. So we know the land has to be protected and we agree that there's 84 acres. We're not asking to disturb 84 acres. We just want the cultural center and the area that's accessible. We know that we have looked and we want to return the redwood trees because when all the conquerors came, they tore down the redwood trees to make homes. We know we want them back on this coast. We know we want the elderberry. We know we want the sage back, you know, the mugwort. And it's pretty much wild land. They have filmed bear on it, coyotes, there's wild turkeys. They have the rich people up there have a lot of cameras and they show the bears and everybody, all the coyotes and all. Just walking the land, so we know especially.
Yeah. So the Nature Conserving put an easement, conservation easement on it, on the property. Is that easement already finalized? And were you consulted when the easement was being negotiated?
Once the easements came with the property, the Nature's Conservancy didn't put them on. The land trust reviewed the property from the owner and found all the easements.
A conservation easement, though, not just a road easement?
There are plenty of easements because it's 27% wetland and it needs to be protected. And again, the oak trees that exist there need to be protected as well. And so we know that it adjoins to, the property adjoins to Fort Ord area, adjoins to many different protected sites. And so they want to keep it as protected. And I know there's a restriction, which I was figuring that we have to open up to community once a month or something like that, allow them to come in. And I know there's a restriction that you can't earn money on this land. Okay, so you can't sell anything on that land. If you come in and sell jewelry, you can't do that kind of stuff. So there are many restrictions that we knew that were going to happen with the land. It's the money that we didn't know was going to come. We thought if everything, once that was in, paid for, and Big Sur Land Trust received the money, we thought it was done, it was ours. And it's not. And I know they are looking for grants, and I know they want me to shut, but not around telling everybody. But I think it's important for all of us, all Native people trying to get their home, part of their homeland. Okay? Yeah, Jungle.
Want to actually add to that, what this provide an opportunity for the rest of the community at large. I'm a neighborhood organizer working with building the communities Monterey County. Our big work is around housing or advocating for housing. We just a rent stabilization ordinance passed at the end of September. But now after the new elections, we're facing the threat of it being immediately. I say this because the homeland, the SLM homeland and sent this land this area right here, Salinas.
those who work or work this land, the indigenous peoples from the southern part of the North American continent that have been contracted to come here because for various reasons you may all know why, are not supported by this agricultural industry to sustain living wage. Able to survive the high rent increases, to be able to purchase their own home. Was once a time during the UFW's heyday where the farmer was able to purchase a home. So all in relation back to what the tribal chair is presenting here, for residents, in this case, the original residents, the indigenous residents of this land, they recognize, not just be recognized, but to understand how important the power and the voice is for our indigenous peoples here and the indigenous peoples that are working this land that are coming from the southern part of this country. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a little bit more explanation. When we talked about our cultural center, we've worked with Indian Health in San Jose, and they've been willing to come down and do a wellness center. We've worked with Conexión, who does training for veterans and training of other individuals. They have programs that one day labor. So like a person doesn't have a job, they can come and sign up there and they will send them out on job. People can call in and say, I need someone to come and fix the leaky pipe or something. And they would have a list of knowledgeable individuals. So we wanted to do that. We wanted to do a training because, as all of you know, in farming, the machines are taking over and taking on vegetables. And we need to retrain them. In Monterey area, what's here, what's south? Hospitality. There are more hotels here and visitors, so let's retrain these people into hospitality so they can still have. So this was all of our plans. We have it all set up in writing where an architect provided us, worked with us for nothing to be able to have all this when we're ready in the future, when we're able to. It's not just for us, it's for indigenous people, you know, for us. And that's, I think, one of the reasons we're having so many problems is because we want to make a difference.
Hello, my name is Kenneth.
I'm just gonna kindly interrupt because we don't actually have official public comment portion for welcoming remarks. If you would like, we can make an exception. Are you connected to the chairwoman? We'll take the last one, if that's okay.
Statement also. Jim Woodrow, Luxashi Indian tribe from the Sierras, Hawaii National Forest. Maori tribe. We're indigenous people, Indian people. At all. When I go back to my valley, I go northern, southern, we do have cultural centers. I'm very concerned because you need to establish something. We're doing the Sequoia National Forest, we're doing the programs out there. We have our people there. Europeans, they like to see natives. They want to know who we are. And that's the thing is, this was a surprise apparently. It's lost.
Right.
That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And everyone here who is listening, and you touched on several subjects that the task force has already started to explore and engage in. And just hearing you today has, I think, exchanged more knowledge and information, given them some fodder for especially the work that they're going to do tomorrow afternoon. So including housing and land back and grant funding and training and technical assistance. So I think the message is with the right people.
I thank you for inviting us to come out. And please feel free to contact me with any questions or any possible ways of assistance. Thank you.
Yeah, and the task force is exploring ideas, so I'm about to do a quick review of our agenda. But as we're exploring ideas for how to address some of these major issues that are connected to land equity, it's so important to go back to the folks who are impacted or who will hopefully be positively impacted by the recommendations to make sure that they're doing the right thing, right? They're going in the right direction. And so we have ways to connect back to that throughout our process. So again, thank you so much, Chairwoman Ramirez. Here's a quick review of what we're going to do for the next 2 days together. So we're a 2-day meeting, well, really kind of a day and 3/4. So today we're scheduled until 5 o'clock. We'll be flexible with our timing, but we've got multiple things to talk through today. So we'll start with the usual business approval of meeting minutes from our last quarterly meeting in August. We'll have a brief staff report. Additional details are provided in the briefing packet. We do have an action to take related to per diem allowance. And then we wanted to have a nice discussion and reflection on everything that you all have accomplished over the last year. Try to remind ourselves of the materials and references that are available to you as you continue forward on your journey. And then after lunch, we'll break for lunch at noon, theater provided for task force members. Then we come back and we'll have about an hour and 45 minutes presentation and discussion session. Focuses on land governance and cooperative ownership models. Dorian will be one of our presenters, and we have 2 or 3, other guest presenters with us for that session. And then we'll have a session on subcommittee updates and then general public comment before we close out at 5. Tomorrow is the day that I'm most excited about personally. It's a real roll up your sleeves kind of day. So we're very excited. Tomorrow we should have almost everyone with the exception of one person in person with us. And so we'll be spending the bulk of the morning or all the morning actually working in small groups to start to advance your recommendations. And we'll say more about that tomorrow, but we'll be building from the work plan. We'll be building from the work that you all have been doing in subcommittees and work groups, and really maximize the opportunity that we have here today and tomorrow to be together in person, because really the work is done in person. It's done a little bit on Zoom too, but we do make some significant advancements when we're all together. And then we'll spend a little time after lunch tomorrow going through work planning and next steps and looking at the rest of the year and the rest of next year. Oh my gosh, time is flying. And that's the plan. So first official item of business is approval of meeting minutes from your August 14th and 15th meeting. Let's just ask if anybody would like me to bring the draft meeting minutes up on screen if there's any comments or requested edits. Not seeing any. Draft meeting minutes and approved meeting minutes are always posted to the project website, so they can be accessed there. So, Chair.
Is there a motion to approve the August 14th and 15th, 2024 meeting minutes?
Motion to approve. Alright.
Member Rittenhouse motions, is there a second? Need somebody?
Second.
I second that.
Member Cho, second motion, is there another comment or? Megan, will you assist us with guidance to the public comment?
Certainly will. Not seeing any public comments in the room related to approval of meeting minutes, nor do I see any votes online. Nothing online. Okay, great. No public comments.
Would the task force like to propose any further revisions to the summary document after hearing? No.
I just want to make a comment. When you send out the meeting information, can you include that with it? Because I know you send them after our previous meetings.
Oh, so read what.
Yeah, just have it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely happy to do that. We do aim to produce the meeting summary within 2 to 3 weeks. So I get that it's a little stiff by the time we roll around to the quarterly meeting. So we'll take a note there.
All right, we will vote on the motion to approve the summary. Please indicate support by saying aye. Or opposition saying no.
I.
Nelson Hawkins, aye.
Nathaniel Brown, aye.
Leah Schwartzman, aye.
Thea Rittenhouse, aye. Emily Burgueño, abstain. Very cool, aye.
Rory Robinson, aye.
Joanne Ban, aye. Aaron Sarver, aye.
Ruth?
Ruth Dahlquist Willard, aye.
Motion carries. Meeting minutes are approved. Next up, staff report. May I turn it over to Camille?
Yes, we'll try to move relatively quickly. Just a lot of this information is in your briefing packet, so we'll actually probably skip from some of this information since I wanted to make sure we spend lots of time for the question. But the very first item, actually Sean will discuss and then we'll jump. So if you could please advance, Megan. Well, apologies. We will be doing announcements and updates. The first update will come from Sean. And the responses to questions from previous meetings, they are in your briefing packet. If any members of the public would like to review those, are available online and also at the back of the room. So we'll skip relatively quickly through that to catch up a bit on time. But let's please advance and start with an update from Sean.
Great, thanks, Camille. Hi, everyone. Quick on Proposition 4, which was on the November ballot. This would authorize $10 billion in general obligation bonds for water, wildfire prevention, and protection of communities and lands. So within that $10 billion position, there is language in there that includes funding for the Department of Conservation to design low interest loans in consultation with the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force. To have that language up there, it's a total of $30 million, as I said, that would be administered by the Department of Conservation, but in consultation with Agricultural Land Equity Task Force. This Proposition 4 appears likely to pass. I just checked 83% of the vote has been counted and it looks like it will pass, but this is subject to final certification by the California Secretary of State by December 13th. I did want to clarify though that usage of the proposition and authorization of the bonds does not necessarily mean that they will be acted upon. This is there's many steps still involved to for the different components in that package of what will actually be acted upon. You can think about it as having a checkbook, $10 billion checkbook. You may want to write checks, you may not. You have the authority to do so. So that process is still underway. But in preparation for that, SGC staff are working with the Department of Conservation to start thinking about what that consultation with the Land Equity Task Force will look like. So we'll come back in February once we have some more clarity around that particular pathway. But just wanted to basically share that with you for now.
Right. Liz got a question.
I'm just wondering, does the DOC already offer any type of loans? Do we know if they have like institutional knowledge and ability to offer loans at this time? Or are they is this going to require building a whole new department?
We can report back to you on that. I'm not sure the entire suite of what they do offer, but can report back.
Thanks.
Okay. Stop me if we need to go back, but I'll advance slides.
So we will say a bit more about the passage of SB 1448 was signed into law in September and it had an urgency clause, so it is now in effect. So this will be where you're having an agenda session with an action item to discuss the per diem allowances for public members of this task force. So I'll let that rest there. And just wanted to note that SB 1448 also required the Strategic Growth Council, SGC, post your final report on its website. So wanted to note that was signed into law September. So we'll come back to that item actually. Megan, if you'll click through. So all of these things are in your briefing packet. The links in the slides are live. The slides will go online, but also you have links in that briefing packet. I won't actually speak through all of these in the interest of time, but please request that everyone do review that information. Does anyone have any questions about any of the materials that were shared?
Yes, I do.
Yes, please.
The travel reimbursement, well, it's gonna be valid after October, right? That's what I read correctly.
Yes, so it is valid now. The state is now abiding by federal standard rates.
And then it listed on your the website, that it's coming from state and private funding. Do you know what private funding that would be?
I am not familiar with what you're talking about, but I'm happy to look into that for you. Would be happy to report back.
On the bill for SB,
Oh.
yeah, how we're getting our reimbursements through that.
Oh, I understand. So the way that the reimbursements will work through SB 1448 is that we are working with the Human Resources Department at Strategic Growth Council, which is sub-agency of Land Use and Climate Innovation. The way that that funding will be distributed, this task force's budget is made up of general funds, which were allotted in the budget bill that set up the task force, and then also some greenhouse gas reduction funds that the council gave to the task force. So those funds are set aside for those per diem allowances. So it's not coming from any private source.
Okay.
SB 1448 had other actions taken in it, so it might be related to those other pieces.
And then,
We just, like, you. So using existing or private funds, but we're using the existing funds.
for the land act, the survey,
Yes.
and this is kind of a bigger topic as well of like communication with staff and task force. For myself, emails aren't working right now or haven't the past month because I am receiving emails from most of all staff members. And it's pretty overwhelming for my end because this is only one, thing that I do. So trying to find better communication avenues. I prefer text and call. That's my personal preference. If I'm not at a meeting, I would ask that you text me. It's not that I'm not prioritizing these meetings. It's just I didn't get it on my calendar. So yeah, shoot me a text because I would like to be at the meetings that I'm supposed to be at. And then, so I didn't get a chance to review the survey before it went out. And I know Tessa made effort through email, but like I said, it's not working through email. And it is live. Is there still time where I can review it and put forth some recommendations, or now that it's live, it's pretty much out there, right?
It is live and it is out.
Yeah.
We're receiving responses. I'm not sure that we would change the actual survey tool itself in survey that you have seen. But I think we should talk about that and maybe we can figure out how to get questions you might ask or
Yeah.
like answered in a different. There's gonna be many routes with that, and we'll talk about the survey in a bit. Actually, maybe this afternoon would be a better time to have this conversation. But we will distribute that survey in a number of different ways, so online, in person, verbal conversations, etc.
Yeah, because I understand like the ones that are printed, obviously we can't change, but the ones that are virtual or easily, adaptable. And what else? For the advisory committee, who reviews the interest forms and approves that? Is that the task force or staff?
It will be staff.
And then I'm just curious where this came from, or did we talk about this before?
The advisory committee?
Yeah.
Yes, that has been mentioned. It was being called the technical advisory.
Oh, okay, now I
We
remember
removed the word technical just because that seemed less representative
Gotcha.
of what that body would do.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
And I did review the form and it's very vague, so I'm just curious how you'll be vetting these people. Because yeah, the task force members here went through an extensive review process, interviews, all that. So I'm just curious about all that in between us there.
That is a good question, and I think it is something that if task force members have guidance on what they would like to see that process, the reason why we're having staff be the ones who review and make these decisions is just because of conflict of interest concerns. So if all of you were to be involved in that decision process, it would actually make it relatively difficult to set up a contract with someone to be on that advisory committee if that person had a relationship to any task force member. So you can imagine that's quite limiting in terms of the people we would like to bring into that space. But general guidance on what that process could be, or just general thoughts on that advisory committee and what you think is valuable is very much welcome. So maybe we have already a plan in the working session at the end of the day tomorrow, and that's, as you all remember, kind of at the end of the 2-day meeting, we really get into the specifics, to the tools, to the meeting plans. We can come back to that and we can ask that question again and see if task force members have guidance on that advisory committee. Does that sound like a good way to
That's
approach
all I
it?
have for your slide.
Leah, did you have a question?
I was gonna ask if there was gonna be an opportunity to talk about composition, selection criteria, and just the overall workings of the advisory committee. So it sounds like there is.
Let's make sure that that is part of the conversation tomorrow. So that sounds like a good plan for everyone. Okay.
And recruitment, like,
Oh, and then sorry, one last thing as to the date. I was curious, when was it posted? Cause if we could maybe just extend it to the 30th and then have them come in January. I don't know what your timeline looks like and the onboarding process.
Let me review that this evening so that when we have that conversation tomorrow, we can be really clear about this dates. Does that sound
Cause
helpful?
there's only like 2 more weeks until December 1st.
Yeah, though it's very quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. I know, right? I'll look at those timelines and we'll make sure that we kind of map that onto the timelines that we will talk about tomorrow, so that we can confirm with you all.
Thank you.
Time goes quickly, right? I appreciate all those questions. If you'll please advance to the next slide. Oh, sorry, next page. This was just to see whether as always, we invite task force members to share any announcements or updates that you feel are relevant to the work you're doing here today, the work you're doing with the task force. So wondering whether any task force members would like to share an update.
I'll share, and then I wanted to ask Tessa if you would want to share as well about the Intertribal Ag Council's Pacific Region Food Summit that we attended. It was a great opportunity. I was asked to help plan it as well as present on cultural burning and the importance of that through our cultural landscapes and food forests. So that's all. I just wanted to mention that, and then Tessa had tabled, so that's why I was picking on you.
Yeah, I tabled, she and Thea were both there, so it was really great to meet a lot of different people from that region in particular, and then all over the state, it seemed like people were in attendance. I will say one of the highlights for me was attending a cultural fire session, one of the sessions was fire, and hearing Emma speak on a panel as well about cultural fire. And just learned a lot of the details of how many barriers there are, which you brought up. How misaligned it is with prescribed as we define it, so. Yeah, thanks everyone, thanks for having us.
I'll just add that also was that was the highlight of that summit too. It was so powerful to hear just the in-depth conversations, first from women who are practicing, and those things that just don't occur to you about the barriers, that are coming up a lot in our conversations here as a task force as well. So I also enjoyed that, and I gave a presentation about grants available from the state and had some really great questions and discussions with the audience there. It was a really great conversation and just great to see people in person I've met over the last few years.
Thank you.
Tangentially related, I neglected to mention this when I was doing the gender review. We did organize several site visits for this area related to this meeting. There was one yesterday but there are two that come at the end of the task force, but also because we had such a filled agenda and the timing of the site visits was not such that they aligned in advance of the meeting. We didn't specifically agendize that, but we'll just ask task force members who attended yesterday's site visit to bring any of your insights into your conversations for the next couple of days. And if you have pictures and you want to share them with us during lunch or something like that, we'd love to see. Next.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to briefly announce about what we have back here with the Healing Land Collective Power, which is a collaboration with Migo, and Cause, and Líderes Campesinas. And so it's assessing the access, the interest of farm workers to become farmers and land access issues. So if you're wondering what all of that is, and also just wanted to share gratitude to the small conference that we participated in recently, the Central Coast Forum for Small Farmers. It's an inaugural forum that happened, and we co-sponsored it as in-kind sponsor, Líderes Campesinas. And so that really was inspiring, just with the goal to scale down the ag industry and do more of these in different regions. And so just that's something to definitely look into. There's information online. SBC fan, I believe it is, Econ Alliance. But also our report is available on our website and on UCOP's website. If you'd like to see the full report.
Thank you. And the report is also linked in that list of reports and guides that we put together that is still publicly accessible and live accessible to all. So
Oh, great, thank
you can find it there as well.
I left my notes at the room. So I had a lot to say about the list that we're providing and some of the things. I think it was like under the policy and report, no, policy that we're reviewing, whatever 30 by 30 was under that section. It's important that we acknowledge the lack of tribal involvement, because there's a lot in the paragraph. It's actually misleading because of, you know, highlighting the equity element of that movement, which is great, but there's intention and then the overall action, and what's being done isn't what is being claimed. So I just want to be mindful when we're making these lists, that we also acknowledge that they do have, you know, some gaps.
We will have a moment to briefly talk about some of those parallel initiatives. So I do thank you for bringing that up, and I think that'll be a really important point to continue.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, please just go through this, because these answers are in your packet. These were questions that were asked at a previous meeting. So just very quickly, we will have photo permission forms to site visit hosts. All photos that are shared have been approved for sharing. And then the question about, can task force members send feedback? And the answer to that is yes, that feedback comes to staff. We compile, consolidate, and resend for you all. So there will be actually quite a bit more information about that when we talk through the process for drafting recommendations as part of tomorrow's session.
I just wanted to make a quick recommendation, since we do have the process set in place for permissions, that we also acknowledge on our website when or not just on our website, but in our reports, our website, and any outreach material, when we're using these photos, we acknowledge people by name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, yes, thank you.
Okay, that concludes staff report updates. So let's pause to see if there's any public comments specific to the staff reports. Anything online?
Not that it's been pulled down.
Okay. I know I don't see any raised hands either. Okay, next item of business, potential action per diem allowances. So, then we welcome member joining us in person. Ready? And let me know when it's clear.
Hi, you get to all hear from me some more. So, We would like to consider as a group, as I mentioned, SB 1448 is now law and it's in effect now. So this will be applied to the meeting you're having today. So a piece of SB 1448, I'll have you, Megan, click forward. Can. It authorized SGC to, and this is a quote from that language, provide public members of this task force a reasonable per diem allowance as specified in government code, which that code specifies $100, or at a higher rate that may be established by the task force for each day's attendance at a noticed meeting of the task force. So we had sent to you all the justification for the proposal we'll put to you today to consider. And if you'll click forward, Megan, that would be to increase that rate per day's attendance to $500. There's a few reasons for that. One of them is just the comparable allowances provided to other bodies, similar to this one. Another is conversations that were had in the very early days of establishing the task force and what would be a more reasonable way to compensate task force members for their time. The task force budget in mind, $500 per day's attendance is reasonable. We have the funds for that. And so we would like to recommend to you all that rate. So put that into the perspective of the meeting you're having today and tomorrow. If you attend both of those days, and we're considering attendance to mean virtual or in person, it would be $1,000, $500 per day. So that is the proposal to put to you all and now is open for discussion. This is an action item. So when someone would like to make a motion, that is the process to make there, but first open it for discussion or questions.
Where was the money from our budget?
It will come from the task force.
Was that budgeted for already?
It is, yes, we have the funds set aside.
And it's not coming from one of the other categories of things or ones?
Yeah, so I actually should have thought to do this. I didn't put a slide with our budget table, but the briefing materials do have the budget table in it. It would come out of operating costs. And we have the funds within that line to pay for it. We've actually sort of over budgeted slightly for that. Not every one of your remaining meetings will likely be 2 days, but we have budgeted with that in mind.
One other question is this per diem replacing the travel costs?
It is not, it is, you still are reimbursed for your expenses to attend meetings. Which is already the process that has been in place. This is just establishing compensation for your time.
And I missed some of the information. So the $500 will be including everything, right? It's not just meals. It's everything.
No, that $500 is on top of the reimbursement that you will receive for your travel expenses. So your hotel will still be arranged. Well, you will still be reimbursed for your meals according to the rates that are set. So $500 is just a per diem paid to you separate from the reimbursement.
For meeting attendance, right?
It's for meeting attendance.
I have a question.
Yes.
Since it was already budgeted, what was the signed SB 1448 to just increase then?
No, good question. So if you think back to our very first meeting, because the budget bill language that established this task force did not explicitly provide for the opportunity for SGC to pay a per diem to task force members, we were prohibited by law. So SB 1448, among other things, gave SGC allowed SGC to provide that per diem that otherwise had been prohibited. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Any consideration for subcommittees and working groups?
So because of the way that the bill is written, we propose to you that days attendance at a noticed meeting of the task force means a meeting of the task force, not its subcommittees or its working groups, which is also another reason why $500 feels appropriate. It does account for the work that you do in your capacity as task force members.
Maybe it just was a surprise to me because I didn't know about this bill and maybe, I don't know if we could have even gone and advocated in person for public comment if it was that kind of situation, but, or is it just like an amendment that was made to a prior bill? Or this was a new bill?
There's a new bill. And I do believe that that bill is linked, actually, so you can go and read the full text of the bill. It was also related to food hubs, so the task force was one piece of that.
Yeah. Thank you.
If there's no other discussion, I'd like to make a motion to approve the per diem allowance provided by staff, recommended by staff.
For the discussion on the diem allowances.
Should we go, so we have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Bergenio and a second by Member Brown?
Is
Just
there
I
any-
have a question, does it work with there was specific language? Does that work?
It does, because it says, or at a higher rate that may be established by the task force. So. Oh, sorry, do you mean the motion?
Yeah.
Oh, apologies.
Language as described.
Okay.
Proposal, yeah.
Recommending.
All right, is there a public comment or comment?
If there's any public comments in the room specific to this proposed action, any public comment online? No public comment.
All right, we will now vote to the motion to establish per diem allowances by roll call. We're gonna get support by voicing aye and opposition by voicing nay. Just go in the same order for
Hi, Chizo.
I, Nelson Hawkins.
Hi, Nathaniel Brown.
I, Ruth Douglas Fuller. Leah Schwartzman, I.
Aye. I'm gonna bring in your eye.
Irene Barrico, hi.
Dorian Van, aye. Lawrence Harlan, aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Excellent.
So we will be in contact with you all. That now begins the HR process. So, but we will be in contact. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Front end business complete. Now we get to the fun stuff. So Camille's vocal cords get to take a short break. Now you get to hear from me for a little bit. So what we wanted to do for the next bit of time, hour or so before we break for lunch, is to take some time to what we're calling a 1-year review and check it. We wanted to reflect on all of the great work that you have been doing over the last year. I was reminded just a few weeks ago on Halloween, that was the day after our very first meeting. And we missed an opportunity to dress up together when we first met. But we've done a lot of work together over the years. So if you wanted to just kind of relax and watch my slide deck for the next 8 to 10 minutes, I'm going to do a recap for you. And then we'll take a little moment then to hear from a few other folks to really contextualize the work of the task force and in the broader picture of everything else that's going on within the state of California. And then we want to hear from you all. So 10, 15 minutes or so presentation, and then the rest of the time for discussion. Okay, I just said this. Overview, contextualize, reflect. All right, so we've had 5 quarterly meetings. I'm gonna sit down so I can check out my slides here. We met for the first time in October 2023. That one was a really exciting meeting because we established governance, yay. But we also shared foundational research, and that's gonna come up in a slide from now. Then when we met again in February, a couple months later, we had talked to folks on the in-between, and we had also talked to folks in advance of actually meeting together for the first time. I was able to do informal interviews with everyone. And we had brought together kind of a synthesis of those conversations and started to identify your key themes and priority topics of importance. And that really kind of laid the groundwork for your conversations. You're in, and we sketched out a preliminary work plan. And then we realized, wow, we actually have a lot of work to do. And there's a lot of topic areas that are important. And so we're gonna need to think a little bit more carefully on how to do that. And we need to bring in some folks to help us learn more and expand our knowledge. Plus, we also heard that you wanted to go see some places. We had the opportunity to move around California and not just meet in Sacramento. So we started to rotate our meeting invitations and we started to started to reach out to some folks to host us for site visits. And so we started to do that in May when we met in the San Diego area. We were able to learn from 5 different farm hosts there. And then also at that meeting, we started to discuss resource landscape from both the provider and the farmer perspective. So folks who are implementing grants and providing resources, folks who are receiving those resources. And at that first meeting, we formed your first 3 subcommittees, the Sustaining Natural and Cultural Resources Subcommittee. We're using acronyms to shorten things a little bit. Grants and Resources and Community Outreach. When we met in August a couple months ago, back in the Fresno area, we also had excellent site visit opportunities and over 5 visits there. And then we used that time to dive deeper into the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and also talk about land and water market impacts from that landmark piece of legislation and how that work is going to tie into what you all are doing in terms of recommendations. Heard from the first 3 subcommittees, they met on the in-between, started to figure out what they wanted to focus on a little bit more clearly. And then we also decided we need some more subcommittees because we need to be able to advance these conversations beyond just meeting quarterly. Or the Land Use and Sovereignty Subcommittee, affectionately known as LUVS, the Land Tenure Subcommittee, and also I'm gonna hope I get this one right, the LA3, because that's all it is in my head now, but the Land Access, Acquisition, and Ancestral Land Return Subcommittee. So we have 6 subcommittees now. Also within those subcommittees, we have some working groups. I'll say more about that in a moment. And then here we are today. And so for your November meeting, our focus after lunch will be a discussion on land governance and cooperative ownership models. Some conversations we've already started to dip a toe into, but we'll hear more about that from some guest speakers. We'll hear subcommittee and work group updates and then do a lot of working together tomorrow and some work planning. So the cadence has worked out pretty well, maybe, because there's a lot of work that happens on the in-between. And let's just talk about all that work that's happened on the in-between. Here's just a quick screenshot of some of the materials that have been provided. There's been a lot of research that staff and you all have conducted on the in-between and a compilation of that research and resources and materials that have been generated. What we're going to do, I don't know that we had a chance to do this quite yet, but when we post a refresh of this on the website, we're going to hyperlink to all of these materials so that they're easily accessible. But sometimes it's nice, you know, when you have a little bit of a break in between your favorite episode to do a recap of the previous episode and remind yourself of what's there. So that's what we wanted to do. So here's a list of research that you all asked us to do for you all to start to inform your conversations. And these research tools or lists, hyperlinks, they're available on the project website. And you also have them in your email inbox. And again, we'll hyperlink to them so you can get right there. But just to kind of quickly run through this, we did some research on trends in land ownership and access. That was made available to you in October of last year. We did an overview of the legislative process also in October, and land use policies shaping agricultural land access. We We also took a look at state legislation that addresses farmer and land equity. So checked all of that out back in October of last year. Also did a deep dive into available grants, loans, and financial incentives. Then in my mind, I felt like I wanted to separate research and resources. So this is kind of like, these are the documents where we did a little bit of a narrative on the topic there. So we did an overview of stigma in August. And then for this meeting, some research using parallel state efforts related to land equity. Resources here also, connected to some of those topics there. There's that beautiful compendium of additional information and resources, and it sounds very vague. But when we were kind of preparing the foundational suite of information for the task force in October, we realized there's a ton that's available. And so let's just kind of put it in a nice little reference library as hyperlinks. So that was prepared in October. Also, I think a really helpful resource is that summary of introductory conversations that we all had together at that kind of launched year conversations, and goes back and talks about the key themes and priority areas of interest of communities that we want to make sure we're thinking about as we develop recommendations. And then we had questions about kind of what might it look like to develop this suite of policy recommendations that we'll submit to the governor's office in just over a year from now. So Camille and Tessa had done some research on that and prepared some examples so that you could look at what that might look like and how it gets formatted and the type of detail that's provided there. Two tables with resources plus some supporting narrative that kind of explores or maybe does some preliminary analysis of those resources. One for existing resources related to ag land access, and reports and guides concerning land access. Those were from May and August respectively. Work plan, I also think is a handy resource. The inspiration of that was prepared for you last meeting in August. We heard, we had a discussion about received written feedback on that work plan, which is of course the living document. So that's been updated and iterated, prepared for you again for this meeting. An outreach plan was generated as part of the effort of the community outreach subcommittee in September. We'll talk about that when we get to the subcommittee updates coming up later today. And then also that will be shared out later today as approaches for designing policy recommendations. Other materials that I'm sure everyone references all the time are staff reports, previous meeting summaries, and PowerPoint slide decks. So I'm just pointing them out because especially the slide decks, when we have guest speakers, some of the slides are text heavy on purpose, just so you can go back and understand, the bill language or the context there, without having to go back through and watch meeting recordings and things like that. So those are all there for you and for the public as well. And then I just also wanted to provide this list of all of these guest speakers that we've had over the course of the last couple of meetings, and all of these folks who have been willing and interested to stay in continued collaboration with you all as and folks we can reach out to when we're looking to test ideas. Folks who came and met with us, I don't need to go through this list, but we had 7 folks who come and who came and met with us to talk about the resource landscape back in May. And then in August, we had folks who talked about Sigma, land and market impacts on equitable land access, with a particular focus on the San Joaquin Valley. And then today we'll have 4 folks to come and talk about land governance and cooperative model. Of course, today we have Dorian, and in August we had Ruth. Outreach and engagement. So I am sincerely impressed by the amount of outreach and engagement that you all have done as the task force, and you've elevated that as something of primary importance to you all. So you're really making it a point to go out there and get involved in the community and learn from the community and share your work with them. So we did 5 site visits in San Diego. We did 5 site visits in Fresno. After Thursday, we'll have done 3 site visits in Salinas. I couldn't really even count the number of folks that we were able to meet with on the site visits because people were kind of coming in and out on those different farms or those different sites, but ballpark, maybe 60 or 70 community members over those 13 site visits, which is really, really impressive. And then there's all these ways to engage with each other, with community members. We have the project website, which we built out more robustly a couple of months ago and made it more inviting and accessible. We've got an email list. Not sure how many people we have on that email list now, a couple, 200, yeah, a couple hundred. So we send out about once a month brief updates on what's going on in terms of task force activities, events that you are attending, and a reminder of upcoming meetings and subcommittee meetings. We also make space for public comment, of course, at the meetings, but there's also the ability to submit written public comment online. So that tool hasn't been widely used just yet, but that is a resource that's out there for everyone and open 24 hours a day. You are attending events across the state, a variety of events in your professional capacity, but you're also using this opportunity to message the work of the task force and to also test ideas and bring back your knowledge from engaging with those folks to your task force discussions. Last, we developed some materials and we have some hard copies if folks are interested in that. So digital copies are a brief 2-pager of what's a task force all about, what you're doing with the QR code to get to the website and how to access the public comment form and all that jazz, and little short business cards. So those are downloadable and printable if you wanted to, or we can also get hard copies for you if you want those. And we can provide them to you as task force members today. So when you're out and about and you want to share those out and say, hey, you know, this is what we're doing, or here's how you can access the survey, and we're trying to gather feedback for X, Y, and Z. Do that, pass those out. The survey tool, so the community outreach group is going to see more about that this afternoon. You just heard that that's live and developed in collaboration with that subcommittee and you all as a task force over the last 2 months. And to come early as late this year, or possibly starting in January 2025, listening sessions. Something we've heard loud and clear that you all want to do. So we'll begin to organize that. And the advisory committees also under formation. Well, lots of different ways to engage. And now, we have a few more slides here. We went from this big, beautiful universe of all these things underneath the umbrella of land equity. What's important? What do we want to prioritize? And how can we organize that so that we can begin to really conceptualize it and start to address it into in a way that makes sense. And so we took that big universe and we took all of those topics and we organized it at your guidance under these 3 dimensions. One being land access, acquisition, and ancestral land return, LA3. The other, land use, governance, and sovereignty, or LOVES. And the third, secure land tenure. So underneath those 3 dimensions, there's a variety of subtopics. There's a variety of issues and there's a variety of ideas for recommendations on how to begin to address those issues. You formed 6 subcommittees. So 3 of those 6 subcommittees are directly, they're the same as those 3 land dimensions. Excuse me, those 3 topic dimensions. Plus we have community outreach, grants and resources, and sustaining natural and cultural resources. So each of the subcommittees has somewhere between 2 and 9 members. And there's some connections and some overlap on topic areas of those subcommittees, but we're starting to figure out a way how to fit all of those puzzle pieces together in a way that's complementary and it makes sense. Within those subcommittees, we also formed working groups. So working groups are 1 or 2 task force members where you can work together outside of the need to publicize your meetings because of the Bagley-Keene public meeting constraints. And it's just a way to be able to advance the work. So we can go into that a little bit more later. But each subcommittee, so I went through that suite of materials and those listed resources. That's what's developed for you all, the full task force. each of these subcommittees also has its own associated suite of research and materials, and we're going to show you what's being developed and what's under development when we get to subcommittee updates. So that's all to say is that we're in this world of learning for the work that you all doing, and it's bottomless. And you've done a tremendous amount so far already to learn and to inform yourselves as you're having these conversations. And so the goal of this particular session is to kind of reflect on what has been done to date, see if there's anything where we just feel like we haven't done enough learning. If we need to kind of bring that forward and elevate that, but then also we're doing the slow pivot towards development of recommendations. We've already done some of that, but we're going to be just a little bit more pointed about it. That's not really the word I was looking for, but it'll do in a pinch. So I would like to just applaud you all as task force members at this halfway point. We just picked a few pictures. There was a lot of pictures to choose from, but well done on all the great work that you've done in your year so far and the 5 meetings you've had, if we include today. A lot of work to come still, but just, you know, sometimes it doesn't feel like maybe all of that much has been done if you're doing all of your professional work on the in-between. I'm here to say you've done a tremendous amount of work already, and we've got about a year left to get some more work done. So great work. Okay, I mean, you can applaud yourselves. I'm gonna turn it to Camille to give us some little brief overview here, and then we'll have one more section, and then we're gonna have task force conversation about our 1-year review.
Yeah, so I know there's a lot of presentations happening to you all right now, but we're close to the moment. We'll turn it back to all of you to talk through and think about the work you've done and the work ahead. But we did think that right now might be a nice moment, given all of the work that you have already done, to think about how that work sits alongside other kinds of parallel efforts. So there's a lot of things going on, and Emily did bring up in the briefing packet, there's quite a few different initiatives that are mentioned there. We're hoping to bring those into the space of the task force so that you could hear about them and think through them. Things like the Truth and Healing Council. We want to make sure you might learn more about that. But in today's meeting, we're going to hear very briefly from Camille Randolph, who is with the Racial Equity Commission. You might all be familiar with this body. They're going to speak very briefly about that body and how it might be related or complementary to the work you're doing. And then our very own Thea Rittenhouse is going to give a little bit more background on the Farmer Equity Act, which you all are familiar with, but just as a foundation, as you then think on the year that you've already accomplished and the work ahead, a chance for you to think how this task force sits alongside these efforts and complements them. So that's the goal with this very kind of brief moment of a couple additional presentations. If you'll sit through them with us. So I will please ask Camille, I know you were there. Are you available to unmute and see if we can hear you?
I am. Yeah.
Hi, Camille. Welcome.
Thanks. Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Well, thank you so much for having me here. Like the other Camille said, my name is Camille Randolph. I'm a program analyst with the Racial Equity Commission, and I'm here just to give a brief overview of our efforts so far. So first slide. Yeah, so I just wanted to start out by acknowledging that equity is a collective effort. So land equity, farmer equity, Indigenous rights, and racial equity all go hand in hand. Next slide. Perfect. So the Racial Equity Commission is an advisory body, and it was founded by Executive Order N1622. Yeah, and the order names the authority and the output of the commission, but it also specifically names other ties across issue areas and kind of just like the expansiveness of racial equity. It directly mentions land use, environment, and agriculture in the order. And as a commission, we're really trying to engage in all of these issues and with diverse communities across the state. So as the commission, we travel for all commission meetings, And in March 2024, the commission traveled to Delano and Lamont in the Central Valley for a community meet and greet and commission meeting. And Dolores Huerta was there for both, which was an amazing honor to have. This past October, we traveled to Yuba City for a meet and greet and listening session with the Sikh community, where they shared their contributions to agriculture in the area. And then next year, the commission is hoping to further engage with Indigenous communities, including a meet and greet and commission meeting in Klamath in collaboration with our Commissioner, Virginia Hedrick, who is a member of the Yurok tribe. So as you can kind of see, we're trying to have a holistic engagement with racial equity. And the commission hosts these meet and greets, quarterly commission meetings, and regular committee meetings as part of the executive order. So as you can see, it kind of breaks down both the authority and the outputs of the commission. So one of the authorities is to hold hearings and engage with community. And so far, we've done over 10 public meetings, meet and greets, and listening sessions since their first public meeting back in January 2024. So we've had a busy year. But all of these meetings are an effort to inform the racial equity framework, which will be released in December 2025 to help inform statewide racial equity efforts. So this year, the framework is really what the commission will spend most of our time focusing on. But in the future, once that framework is out to the public, we'll start providing technical assistance to other state equity efforts, and then continue to release annual reports on what equity efforts are happening in the state. So that's kind of most of the background on the commission, but just for the last slide. Yeah. So this slide was actually taken from another presentation, but I wanted to end this presentation on the importance of leading with racial equity in all of our work. Yeah, so the Racial Equity Commission is just one of many equity efforts happening across the state. So we really want to make sure that we as a commission aren't working in a vacuum and are able to work parallel and complementary, like Camille said, to other equity efforts. So, in this briefing packet, I think mentioned the Truth and Healing Council, CDFA's work on the Farmer Equity Act, the Reparations Task Force, and CNRA's Tribal Stewardship Strategy. So there's so many touch points between all of these efforts, and the commission, one, is hoping to bridge those efforts together, but two, uplift and support all the great work across the state. Yeah, so just to end, really want to emphasize that racial equity is a vital part of land equity. And in turn, equitably increasing access to agricultural land furthers equity across the state. And we've seen that in our visits to Delano, Lamont, Yuba City, and we hope to continue to see it in the future. Yeah, so that's my spiel, and thanks for having me.
Thank you, Camille. If anyone had any immediate questions for Camille, we can ask them here, and otherwise we'll turn it to the to say a bit about the Farmer Equity Act. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you so much, Camille, for that presentation. I just had a follow-up question. Are there any examples you could give of how the Racial Equity Commission has informed some of the planning efforts in the Land Use and Climate Innovation Office?
Do you mind saying that again? Sorry, there's.
Sorry, it's. I don't know
No,
if you
you're
have-
good.
Oh, because they're all friends. Are there any planning efforts in the governor's office that you've been able to inform through the efforts of the task force, or sorry, the commission?
Yeah, so The main charge of the Racial Equity Commission right now is to work on the racial equity framework, which will be released statewide and will, I guess, officially and publicly inform the racial equity efforts of the Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. But behind the scenes, we work directly with a lot of other groups at the Strategic Growth Council and in the office of LCI. So we participate in the tribal working group. There's a racial equity working group, coordinate with the Ag Land Equity Task Force. And all of that behind the scenes work with leadership, I think, is hoping to slowly but surely direct efforts behind the scenes. But we're really excited to get the framework out next December. And as part of getting that framework out, we recently completed a survey of every single state agency. No small undertaking, but in that survey, LCI filled it out to kind of show what needs improvement within the agency and what best practices are working so far. So with that, we're hoping to target the framework to fill in any of those gaps.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Camille. Yeah, would you like us to bring up your slide?
Sure, sure. Great, well, thank you for the opportunity. I'll keep this very brief because we have talked about the Farmer Equity Act before. I wanted to, as a request of SUC staff, to provide just a reminder of what's actually in this legislation, which is now 7 years old, to kind of situate it within the work that Camille just described, which is essentially building in a way the executive order on equity and several of other things that have happened at the state and within state agencies, how that has kind of built upon the Farmer Equity Act, what it does say, what it doesn't say, and happy to answer any questions because I think it is important to the work that we're doing here. So this was state legislation passed in 2017 by Assemblymember Aguiar Curry. Just to summarize what it did, it created a definition essentially of a socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher for the state that had not previously been in place. It uses the same terminology as the USDA, so it mimicked that language using socially disadvantaged, but it is that definition is based on race and ethnicity or demographics, individual demographics. It acknowledged that farmers of color had historically not had equitable access to land and other resources necessary to farm, and that legacy of prejudice persists. It created a civil servant position within the Department of Food and Ag, meaning not an appointee position, which is the Farmer Equity Advisor. So it's a position that is permanent at CDFA and meant to advise across all of the programs that CDFA has. It also mandated that one legislative report be submitted to the governor and the legislature. So similar to what we're doing here at the task force, one report, which was published and submitted in 2020. So now that's 4 years old. What is in the farmer equity report, I think I have a slide on that. But I wanted to make sure to actually include the language of the legislation here in case we need to refer back to it, because I think maybe there's some things in here that might be relevant to the task force as we're coming up with our discussion tomorrow. So I think the next slides are just the actual definition. So in case you haven't read this before, and again, this was created before the position that I have right now at CDFA. So I wasn't part of this is state legislation. Amendments have been proposed to this legislation, but so far the original text is still there. It does say number 2 is the most solid connection to land, as it is relevant to this task force. Farmers of color have historically not had equitable access to land and other resources necessary to conduct farming in California, and that legacy of prejudice persists. It mentions female farmers and urban farmers. Those groups are currently not included in the actual definition of a socially disadvantaged farmer and rancher because it is based on race and ethnicity. Next slide 2. Those are the categories that were included in the definition in the legislation as it was passed. Those categories have not been changed. There was a proposal this year to change and add additional language to include descendants of formerly enslaved persons in the United States, but that legislation did not pass. Next slide, please. And it really mandated that the department's CDFA shall ensure the inclusion of socially disadvantaged, historically underserved farmers and ranchers in enforcement, development, adoption, implementation of food and agriculture laws, regulations, policies, and programs. So that's really the charge of the farm equity advisor and the department based on this legislation, is to ensure that we're changing our policies, our programs to be more inclusive, to ensure there's access for those who have not historically had access to our services and programs. And then also looking more specifically at our connections with the USDA and also our boards and commissions, which CDFA has set many. Next slide, please. And then this just talks about the report. And then the next one. So that report, the basic pieces of that report, or the basic findings in which I did interviews with farmers across the state, now again 4 years old. The main findings were related to land tenure and land access, really stating what we're here to talk about, which is that farmers don't have secure land tenure, land access is prohibitive, and that that very fact continues to persist, and not all farmers and ranchers have that same opportunity to grow their business, to farm at all. Language is mentioned. Again, these 3 bullet points there are really related to these structural barriers that we've all been hearing about. These structural barriers, meaning the information is not getting out there to those who need it the most, whether that be language, whether that be how we're communicating, whether that be the manner in which or the way that it is communicated within the communities we're serving. Those 3 things are major structural barriers. The Farmer Equity Act doesn't address any of those. The Farmer Equity Report brought those to light, but more is needed on those things. And I think that impacts a lot to do with land equity and what we're here to talk about as the task force as well. And then the whole mechanism of advisory and having a voice in decision making, that is something we have created 2 producer farmer advisory groups now. Several members of the task force serve on those or have served in the past. And I think that's one mechanism that is ensuring continual engagement and improvement to make sure that we're actually implementing what's included in the state legislation. But I think that there could be more included in policy recommendations to actually ensure permanency of those types of groups, and the agency of those groups, meaning the kinds of decisions that can be made within those advisory groups. Next slide. Those are some web pages that also contain a racial equity action page and more of the history of the kind of initiatives that CDFA has focused on since then, which include collaboration with other agencies, as Camille mentioned. We're really now more than ever talking amongst ourselves as a state in terms of how we're addressing equity, how we're really pushing for these structural changes. and what more is needed. And I think that's all I'll say for now, but just I wanted to make sure everyone had the text there for our conversation. Thank you.
Resolve, do you have questions on the farm equity yet?
I know that the, ad hoc advisory committee, I'm not served on the ad hoc advisory committee. Is that something that's gonna be permanent? Beyond, because I remember it wasn't mentioned here, as far as like that committee and how do you see that moving forward?
Well, it is permanent in the fact that it was recognized and the secretary created it. The next step is to insert it into state legislation. Now that we tried that, CDFA proposed changing the bill language to put it in statute, meaning within the Farmer Equity Act. But we have been pushing for the stipulation that there was a per diem allowance of the more than $100 per day. And for that reason, it was not approved because of the fiscal impact. But that was important to the committee members. It was important to me for the same reasons was passed in the recent 1448 for this task force. So I think that's the next step, but as of now, it made the move from ad hoc committee, which in a sense served on this level, to an actual formal advisory body for the CDFA.
Thank you, Thea. I did miss this last slide for Camille. Here's a QR code. If you're looking for more information on the Racial Equity Commission and also Camille's contact information. Oh, how exciting technology. So you can scan all the way from there. Okay. Lawrence is still scanning. Before I advance, I don't want to advance. Great. We have just a half an hour before we break for lunch. So to conclude this portion, we wanted to give you all a chance to reflect and discuss. We thought it might be fun to do a 5-minute pair and share. Everyone loves a good rhyme. So if you would indulge us, if you could turn to your colleague on your left or your right in small groups of 2 or 3, whatever feels good, and just take a few minutes to talk with each other and reflect. We proposed some discussion questions. What are you proud of this last year? What are you looking forward to when you're working meeting together? What do you think has been effective so far? I like these last two. What do you think has been effective so far in the way that we're functioning or we're operating together? And what do you think could be improved or ways we might be able to improve effectiveness together over this next year? So if you want to just take 5 minutes, talk to each other, share some ideas, you all have done that, and then we'll come back as a full room. We don't want to look at some of the things that you all discussed together, because what we hear from you will help us in the future. And then we'll see if there's public comments on this portion, and then we'll have a lunch break. Sound good? Yay, okay, parent share.
Yes, so we have, we'll three ours. Did I have Susan? I have some other ones that are plastic.
Got it.
Like a J. Crew out. Oh, really? Yeah. And I just found watermelon on this. I fried vegetables. Yeah, they're. I agree. Right, yeah, but yeah, I know, and my boyfriend was like, "You just started to believe it." Like, there are lots of those actually.
Now they're like, there is. I can see more and more of the pills are getting, right?
Yeah.
For that.
Anyway.
How's my gosh?
Yeah, I know.
It's fun. Last year, got here. She wanted to be on a lot more.
Yeah.
I always, I Scan it, you know?
Forward to it, starting to get to the meat of the thing. It feels like it's starting to heat up.
What are we doing? Do we want to share out? Yeah, so we get to lunch all time. Okay, let's do it. Let's share. Let's pair and share with the room. Unpair and widely share. Not an alliteration I learned. Rhyme, okay. Okay, so let's just take 10 minutes or so, and what were you all talking about in your small groups? And I'm gonna track it, so I like to call it plus delta, so plus things that are working well, delta, things that we might want to change or improve upon. Who would like to go? Open floor.
Need more meetings.
It would be great if there
More meetings.
Might be unpopular.
You know,
We're gonna look. We both talked about this earlier. Not just me.
Well, and I think that particularly some committees. I was gonna have a subcommittee. And I love that you did that because we're gonna build it into work planning tomorrow. What else?
Focusing a lot of the subcommittees on recommendations over the next years, and you talked a lot about like the technical aspects, we're talking about issues to address. I think, especially like the second half of next year, focusing on recommendation.
Love it.
Like Nathaniel and Ruth, more meetings, but to do one specifically.
Well, that's because we can't really discuss task force business unless we have official meetings set up. This is to keep moving forward, to get the work done we need. I think right now we have in between these major meetings, we have maybe one meeting of each subcommittee. Maybe one more or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Couple things. First is this appreciation for staff. I feel like one of the things that have been really stellar has been when we ask you to go off and research something and you come back with, I think, really well researched results and reports. I would never have the time. Or the skills. So that is just an appreciation. And then kind of with that, I do find it hard to find materials after they've been sent once. Like I find like trying to dig through emails, trying to be like, which meeting was that? Like it is difficult to find some of these great things that have been created, and they're not all on the website. The website has kind of our big work plan and things like that, but I can't find like some of the other reports. So if there was an easier kind of depot of all of these things, it would be great. And I also wonder what kind of great reports and information is being gathered in committees that I'm not in subcommittees. So if that was a depot for all of the things where we could go and look at and kind of and make sure that we're understanding and deep diving into whatnot, so that when we do come to a meeting, I'm not trying to remember. Like I feel like I actually do grasp all the information. And then I just want to second like more meetings to work through recommendations, and more meetings that have like flexible time to ask questions and to really grapple with the topics.
And I wanna appreciate you saying that. I think there is such a need for more engagement with the farmer. I don't know if that's like not just site visits before our meeting and like getting assigned individual site visits or something. Because it really brings together work we're doing to be on land and even like a working group, like if the geographical situations work out, it could be a thing to see the farmers. I just want to highlight getting to see that farm yesterday was just like, this is my first site visit, with yesterday, it was just so powerful. Because like looking at another farmer in the same kind of situation, I've been in and I am in, and it's very powerful as we develop this work and have more recommendations for the amount of.
I wanted to offer something for that. We have been organizing site visits in the location that we're visiting, but I don't think that necessarily needs to be the case, and it doesn't have to be a meeting, right? So if you're like, as a representative of the task force, I would like to go meet with some other farmers in my community, or you know that you're going to be traveling somewhere for a conference on the in-between, you can reach out to us and we can kind of put feelers out on your behalf and make those connections. And you've got a past member who's coming out to the Salinas area or the Imperial Valley or something, this conference, they're interested to meet with you. So we can be that conduit. Just as an option. Other things, I mean.
Can we also recommend certain and make that connection and then let you know?
Yeah, we have a short list of other recommendations and folks we weren't able to necessarily connect with, or the timing didn't work out, but maybe they would be open to site visits or meeting dates next year sometime or later this year.
And I think as the subcommittees continue moving their work forward, there might be particular kinds of information that the subcommittees like to learn about. And then to have sort of a list of farms, places to go, people's ideas for where you could learn about that would be another way those things could be organized, would be through the subcommittees. Kind of asking a member of the subcommittee to go and report back, something like that.
I would just add to that, we as SGC staff don't necessarily need to vet or approve any site visits at all. So provided we're not violating the routine, more than 2 task force members at a site, you're more than welcome to go anywhere you want as representatives of the task force. And so make that big too.
That's helpful because I'm like, hey, my farmer friend is on the way. Let me stop by. And I mean, just talking about what we're doing, get their insight. It really helps.
Yeah.
To be part of this conversation.
So if that was not clear, that should be all of you feel empowered to go and do that and bring that to the group here, either through the subcommittees or through the full classes.
For that thought, I saw some like business cards, like 2-pager stuff. I'm wondering if also, I vaguely remember some talk about the survey being in printed form as well. And so making that available for folks when they do site visits, like here.
Well, yeah, because like farmers that I work with, they're not always able to be on the computer.
Yeah.
She doesn't even know how to use a computer. Kids do everything, and to ask for a kid to do a survey,
Yeah. Spanish too, and I didn't ask this, but I'm wondering if the survey is mobile accessible. Do we know that it's good on the phone? Okay, good.
We do in fact have printed copies of the survey today, but we can just stay in contact, like as you need those things. We can mail you copies, right?
Yeah, and we'll talk a lot more about like later today and tomorrow. So I'm just like wanting to put a pin in that because I feel like maybe
let's not get derailed on that one. We've got time for that again. Love it.
I can reflect on a couple of things our group and fill in what I don't cover, but one, we second the staff support. Thank you so much. None of this would happen without you all making sense of our conversations here. And the research, oh my gosh. Can you just come with me in life wherever? On research team would be great. And then also seconding kind of a single repository of all the good documents that are organized so I can just more easily click around. It's a shared drive that just has like view only or whatever. That would be very helpful. I agree with Gloria. It's been a little bit of a archaeological dig in my email to,
We're gonna call it the depot.
yeah, I like it, the depot.
Appreciate that. And that is something that we had tried to do until and now on the task force website, they're all listed by meeting. They're all with sort of obscure names, and you have to know that it was in February that we talked about X, or whatever. So to then have those same resources but organized by topic. So we appreciate input as to how that could be best organized, but it's certainly something we'll take back and try to organize that.
Are we? Yeah, well, we were discussing, like, is it allowed to have a shared drive internally, or does that have to be public, like of all the information and document?
Yeah, so we do have a Google Drive that we shared with you all in different ways, but to the same point, a lot of people did, right? The community outreach subcommittee specifically asked for a toolkit, and so we've now created that. We'll share that again later this afternoon, and I think we can probably just build on that, basically to create this depot that you're all describing. And then that is the key.
Yeah, the thing we have to do is make it so that those documents cannot be edited, right? Because then as soon as you start working in a document, it becomes a conversation. But you can host, so that would be against faculty key, right? But yes, we can host documents that are viewable.
Like, not editable.
Not editable, no.
Like if we wanted to maybe start a list of land visits, site visits, and we want to input it there, like so others will know.
You would have to share that with staff, and then staff would be able to edit and add to those documents. So basically, staff have to be your kind of intermediary step. But we would be very happy if you all are thinking of things that you are kind of wanting to build, like to that question in the interim, in between meetings, can we let you know what we're thinking? The answer is yes. And then staff basically compile that information.
Or working groups.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
Less than two.
Yeah.
Two or-
There's working groups within the subcommittees where it's only 2 people. You could have 2 people working in a shared document at the same time and not have to jump through all the rooms. And then we'd take that shared document, staff would bring that to the subcommittee meeting for discussion. Forward.
Now, like details on that. Is it 2 people working in the document, but then other people can view, or only those 2? Does it have a conversation about it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I will ask people on standby. I will inquire this. And then if for some reason we don't get that answer today, we'll make sure to get you.
That's a good, it's legalized.
Our intent is not to make things more complicated than they need to be. We're not trying to be.
Well, the big intent is to make sure that we don't have some kind of hater who like, oh, they violated. Like,
Yeah, right.
You know, yeah.
I guess what I was thinking too is, can you all create maybe like a document that starts tracking these land site visits and then we report back
Yeah,
randomly and then it's just there?
exactly. That's something we can do.
Just so we're all engaged, maybe the work groups, I feel like, I don't know what people's doing, but I don't know who the work groups, but
Well, and we'd appreciate.
just an example.
Maybe all will think about what would be a useful tool for you. So like if each task force member had a document that of course was viewable only to staff, but was a place you could put thoughts or tag us or something, that is something we can do, right? So just maybe this can be part of our discussion tomorrow when we're really thinking about next steps. Where do we go from here? How do we keep work moving? If you have thoughts about what is most, kind of to Emily's point earlier, what is the best way for us to be in touch with you? That was very fun. So I will ask Leo this question and then but we should continue thinking about the formats that work best for each of you.
Okay, last call on this one. Anything else you all want to share that has been working well, you're looking forward to this next year, or things that we would want to improve upon? Cool.
I feel like the left column isn't sharing the appreciation. It looks like it's small.
It's a lot of
Appreciation is very big.
For all of us. Cool, but it's nice, thank you for the appreciation that everyone is, saying it's been a lot of work that we've done collectively together. So we'll keep moving forward there, staff support, printed document materials. We'll work on building a reference library that's not an archaeological dig. Just a couple of other small things that were up here, so making sure when we send out your pre-meeting briefing packet, we're including everything, including the meeting minutes were shared earlier. If anyone prefers, I know that I've checked in with most of you occasionally at some point, and some folks I feel comfortable texting on the in-between, but if you prefer like a little communication from text, if that's easier than emails, just let us know. We can work with you on the preferred method of communication. But it is also nice just so you have emails there, so you've got kind of there in the archive. More meetings, most specifically subcommittees, with flexible time for discussion, especially as we focus on recommendations, and then more opportunities to engage with farmers, trade relations, community members. Cool. Let's just pause for public comments on this session. I know we have one in the room, and would you mind checking online for us when you're ready? Sago. I'm sorry, Chago. Public comment when you're ready from wherever you're comfortable, in the back or up front. Yes, you ready?
And this is with regard to the issue specifically around the racial equity element.
Perfect.
Curious, I guess it's what does this task force or the office that you report to, now how is that measured, racial equity, and if it's demonstrated with, say, our community's understanding of say this task force or the office that you're aligned with, state capital, here amongst the community that we get to work with, you know, here with our tribal chair, and this is Jessica Mora Rodriguez. She's with the county health department. Our whole society revolves around the ag industry, and there's so many connections between us as residents. Like I mentioned, many of us are indigenous from this water that was installed like 100 and something years ago. And then our, people who are responsible for this bountiful valley that is part of the global food chain. The excellent people who have been here for over 12,000 years. So I guess what I'm trying to say with this, the idea of racial equity, it's like, folks we get to work with, we see that as an opportunity. We're speaking the same language. But if we have this, we are lacking this piece called conocimiento, which in English would translate to getting to know you, or just knowing you, then we have work to do, right? I think in hearing some of the conversations around, the rotation of sites that you all may visit, I'm curious to hear what you may gather from doing these site visits, and what we may be able to gather as hosts to the meetings that you're able to hold. I might have just went off the rails or something there, so thank you.
Any comments online? Okay, great. Any further discussion? Oh, one more in the room. Wonderful, thank you. I'm not sure if I ran through this in the beginning when I was going through the housekeeping, the public comment process, but we try to keep our public comments to 2 minutes as indicated, and the task force can engage in discussion following public comment at their discretion, but it really is an opportunity for them to listen to what you all have to say. So it's not because of the bag leaking parameters, it's not a back and forth dialogue between public comments and task force, but at your discretion, task force members, if there's something that you would like to explore following public comments, you're welcome to. And when you're ready.
Yes, I saw in the last video, presentation that Native Americans, how does the state see a Native American / Indian tribe? I mean, that was on your, I mean, what's the criteria? I'm on the Truth and Healing Council, and we're trying to determine that Native American Heritage Commission doesn't really have a clear definition on the CEQA. I'm trying to figure out how you guys define it in this task force, because I'm an AB 52 tribe. I'm also SB 18, and I'm trying to figure out where do we fit in. I mean, because I'm from the San Joaquin Valley, Fresno area. I never knew about this group, this task force. Like, I thought I was in something good with Truth and Healing. There's a lot of things going on. So I need a pretty good definition of what California Indian is.
Thank you. We'll take that as a comment, and if the task force members want to have a conversation about that, we can at their discretion, but we also do have to agendize that.
And what is this act called?
I'm sorry.
I know Robert Rules of Order.
Oh, bag leaking. It's called the Bag Leaking Open Public Meeting Act. BK for short. Okay. Any further discussion or reflections from task force members?
I do have an update from legal.
Oh, we'll take the update and then we can read.
It should be fine to have a document that is worked on by no more than 2 task force members that is viewable by other task force members.
Great.
So we can work with working groups. Some working groups might prefer, right, to have things kind of happen offline and share out, right? We don't want to assume, I don't know, there might be ways that different people prefer to work and then share. But it seems like that from a Bagley Keene standpoint would be acceptable.
Excellent.
I just want to be able to understand how I can talk, answer, or just have a conversation about the public comments. If I can or cannot, or in a break.
Yeah, so if we wanted to go, yeah, you can respond, as far as my understanding. Help me on here. Respond at your discretion, but if you're going to pick up a discussion topic, like what is the definition of Native American as maybe used by the task force, as used in your recommendations report, should you choose to provide a definition, we would have to agendize that as a discussion session. But you're welcome to engage in a chat over break.
Or now it's fine too. It is related to the material that was presented, so I think it is okay.
Okay, well, I can just say that in that state legislation, which I, CBA is right, that was the term and how the state defines that as a member, any member, a California Native American tribe is any member of the federally recognized or non-recognized tribes in California. So California Native American tribe is how it's written now. When that state legislation was written, it didn't quite follow that exact terminology, but that's how the state as a whole is defining it as you do the Native American Heritage Commission.
Yeah, it just seems like there's
the term that
task forces not available. I deal with Section 106 and Fed regs, and I'm going, I didn't know about this task force. There seems to be a lot of task forces. That's the thing, is this 2030, this CEQA itself, NEPA, It's like, okay, this is going in my backyard. I mean, you had how many meetings in Fresno? 6 of them?
We had one meeting in Fresno. We had site visits. People went and visited.
Oh, Chummy Farms. I'm just finding out about that.
I'm what? Okay, so let's break for lunch. We are, what time is it? 12:38. 12:38. We'll take a full hour and then everyone is back in their seats by 1:30, but if not, let's say 1:35. We'll get going. So lunch is provided for task force members in the back. And I know we had your dietary restrictions and your allergies, so they should be labeled. Let us know if it's not quite right, and then we'll get you something else. And yeah, so about 1 hour break for lunch. And we'll come back, we've got presentations right after lunch. And an open discussion session.
My apologies, I took somebody's lunch. I lunch right now.
Saw the sign.
Right. Okay. We're coming back. So, we have you? Yes, we are. Wonderful. Okay. So we are going to the second half of the day. Second half of the day is, we've got about an hour, 45 minutes set aside for this presentation and discussion portion. The focus is on land governance and cooperative ownership models. We have a couple of guest speakers. Dorian's going to start us off. We have some slides for Dorian. Neil from Minot is on his way, and possibly Carmen and Hugo from Tierras Milperas. So we're just going to kind of, oh, you're good. You're totally good. We're going to start with Dorian, and then probably hear from Neil. And then we've got ample opportunity for conversation on this topic. So kind of however you might want to navigate your slides, Dorian, it makes sense for task force members to pause and ask you questions along the way. So it's a little more interactive, or if you prefer to go through your whole slides and then slide deck and then engage in conversation.
Yeah, maybe slideshow and then conversation. Yeah, it shouldn't be too long. So I think, yeah, I'll have enough time for us to discuss. Yeah, and would it be easier for me to sit or stand or what?
However, well, I know you have some notes there, and I'm gonna pull up your slides.
Yeah, I like the VIA method actually, and I want to kind of chill down. This works. Yeah, so hi everyone. I cooperative land tenure. This is some of the work that we've been doing with the Sustainable Economies Law Center, which is where I work at. And this is meant to be just a very simple preface into some of the bigger themes that navigate cooperative land tenure. And then, of course, later in a couple of minutes, we'll have Neil going into more detail, and then also hopefully having Tierras Milperas with us, which is a land project here in the Salinas Valley, doing just that. So yeah, just to introduce myself, we can go to the next slide. My name's Dorian Bayan. I work with the Sustainable Economies Law Center, and my work largely focuses on land stewardship. In the last couple of years, most of our client engagements at the Law Center have revolved around indigenous foodways, forest and ecosystem restoration, and agriculture. The big emphasis in our law center is democratic organizing or democratic participation. Democratic or cooperative are interchangeable in a lot of these instances, but it really just trying to encourage the non-hierarchical models of people to organize with each other. But a picture here of me on a tractor, because before joining the law center, I was actually farming full time, and it was actually in the middle of a season where I realized that I wanted to take a deep dive into learning more about the mechanisms behind land and land transfer. I was really caught up in the movement of young farmers campaigning for land access, and was horrified when the calls for land justice reflect this colonial idea in a lot of ways of land stewardship, with very little regard to repairing the relationships of harm, of enslavement, of dispossession that had made this all possible. So I really wanted to take a step back, take a deeper understanding, which is how I landed at the Sustainable Economies Law Center. So went from being a farmer full time to now a land justice practitioner, land practitioner. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. So now I'm here to do that thread. I just want to start with the idea of conventional land access and how we view conventional land access in the work that we do. So of course, this is the idea that we should be doing everything to put farmers who need access to land on a pipeline to individual ownership. That's basically the conventional model that we see today. And I want to talk a little bit why that sort of thinking fails when thinking of long-term equity. So for starters, the idea of family farm as the default unit of production, and also often being interchanged with the idea of the small farm, is problematic in a lot of ways, because the westward expansion that allowed America to this coast was actually forged largely on this mythos. As I'll explain briefly, the family farm is an inadequate replacement that we have today, which is really, really large. You know, whether we like it or not, today's food system is a large and remarkable food system that needs to have high levels of collaboration. And I feel that the conventional land access pipeline is inadequate to replace the food system. We know what to do with a sustainable food system if we're not having more collaboration.
Hey, Brian, do you want to just pause for a minute?
Welcome. Oh, here, I'll move down too. Yeah. Oh, so. I mean, it's that's so that helps the very low.
Yes. I was gonna ask you. No. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting.
Glad to have you here. So Dory was just, starting our conversation off. Good.
So yeah, within our current within our current food system, there's also the idea that we just need to have the right protections in place to safeguard our working lands. So much of our conservation practices today are voluntary, but they're not bound by a common interest per se. And a large part of this is because of individual ownership, and in contrast with things like community land tenure, disincentivize social behavior by pitting the individual value against the community. One more thing, it's also worth noting that property relations shape the shape of land. So in California, 45% of agricultural land is rented, with 35% of that land being held by non-operating landlords. So community land ownership is a way of making sure that land governance is a social process and that the land is being stewarded by communities directly rather than by absentee landlords. Next slide. So I'm just going to start by saying that the family farm unit has been and largely continues to be informed by the yeoman myth. And this is the idea that the farmer is a self-sustaining, self-reliant unit forged on grit and hard work. And, you know, this idea was forged through colonization. It continues to promote an idea of individual success, and it really came about during the time of westward expansion, seen as the ideal American farmer. So the quote here reads, "The portrait of a heroic journeyman obscures a history of ruthless pillaging that accompanied westward expansion. The commitment to freehold obscured the necessary dispossession of land and exclusion of non-white men from the ability to own land based on colonial constructions of property. The deployment of the yeoman myth must be understood as co-emerging with chattel slavery in the colonies." So it's really tied with the legacy of colonization in a lot of ways. And it's a very dangerous idea because it obscures how much support and infrastructure a farmer, especially the farmer, need to be able to succeed and make a living from farming. Adam Kalla, who actually wrote this paper, who I'm quoting, goes on to say that with the yeoman myth, the new farmer simply is said to need assistance to help them learn how to farm and how to set up farming business. You place the right type of hardworking individual on their own plot of land, so the logic goes, and they will prosper. But if the yeoman myth is indeed driving the beginning farmer narratives and imaginaries, then what are the consequences for farmer livelihoods and policies, which is why we're here today? And I actually argue that it's a very toxic idea that sets up a lot of farmers for failure. It was a path that I was encouraged to take as a farmer, along with many other contemporaries of mine, and it's why so many of us dropped out of farming, because after sustaining burnout and injuries. Not to mention, it obscures the fact that large bulk of our food in our state today is grown by a large labor force that consists of farm workers. So the yeoman farmer is not in any way self-sustaining. Next slide, please. And so I also want us to be challenging how the idea of individual land ownership either perpetuates our current problems or kicks the can down the road. So farm ownership is the most lucrative because landowners today are able to use it as a vehicle to build wealth, which will continue to exacerbate the problem of land being too expensive for any farmer to substantially access. So I read here from Sarah Mock's Road on Family Farming that farm owners benefit tremendously from farmland appreciation. That's the basis of it, which has been positive every year since 1990, has even beat the S&P 500 and on returns in the last 50 years. So one of the most important safety nets perpetuating money-losing small farms is farmland ownership. When a farmer owns their land outright, as long as they can cover basic living expenses and property taxes, they break even or lose money farming, they still maintain good financial health. Next slide, please. And we live in a time too where the financialization of farmland is at an all-time high as a result of this, which is why we've seen land grabs taking hold, given that they offer stable investment vehicles. It's really funny and also such an honor to have the person who actually wrote this book that I'm quoting here today in our audience. Yeah, just want to quote this piece from Fields of Gold, which talks about the financialization of farmland. Speaking of how, the changes associated with financialization are diverse, but they share a common theme. That's the growing centrality in financial income in the form of interest, dividends, and capital gains. I think what stood out to me here most is that the tendency for profit making increases through financial channels rather than through productive channels. So the value of the land is that of a financial value versus the productive value, the nourishment and the food that it provides. So if we want to talk about land equity seriously, we need to talk about how to actively work against financialization of farmland that we see today. So here, Madeline Fairbairn talks about how land, rather than being seen as a site for food, site of production that creates food, is seen as an asset that accumulates value. Yeah. This is text heavy slides. I apologize for that. I just I love putting good quotes on, but I'll just quote the bolded piece here, basically explaining that for the non-wealthy, land is more than a financial an investment. Land is a crucially important source of food and livelihood, and it actually also really stands at odd with next slide, with the idea of land as a relationship, which is it goes directly against the indigenous cosmovisions of land that we've heard here in the task force. So here we have Indigenous studies scholar Mishwana Goman talking about land as a relationship rather than being conceived only as property. She mentioned that property is not just a material, but it's also constructed through social relationships. So in order to be able to think of land this way, we also have to change the relationship that we have to land. And so this is why community land tenure is so important, because it actually changes the composition of how we're able to appreciate land and look at land as well. So just to recap, next slide. At the individual level, land is an asset. At the community level, land is a relationship. Of course, there is a bit of a tension there. Next slide. Because, I'm not going to deny farming is a business. And I think that, we've discussed here maybe the idea that there's a difference between commodity and community growers, and that in a sense, false binary, because I do believe that in order to be an impactful community grower, you must have the scale to produce, which would possibly label you as a commodity grower. But I do want to highlight here that production is key, and production is going to look differently, of course, because production is nourishment, and nourishment looks different in different contexts. So I imagine that my idea of production, for example, is going to look different in future presentations and conversations with Tierras Minteras today. And I also just want to mention that community ownership should be able to address head on also the challenges of labor. There's a tendency to normalize overwork in the agricultural industry. Community land ownership should hopefully work to address this tension and move it from something that's inevitable beyond normalizing the 60-hour work week. So by now, I hope that you think about community land ownership as much bigger than the individual parcel, which is to say that thinking of land equity as a one-by-one solution is myopic and is going to have a challenging time working towards equity in the one more piece on the tension on farming being business. So next slide. Is this stat here that really made this assessment true and sober for me. The small scale ag movement is very prominent and front and center by virtue of being intimately tied, I think, to a good comm strategy. But in reality, if we look at the reality of who's producing our food today, it's actually larger production sites that are, this 5% of farms that are creating 63.8% of farm production by dollar value. And this is conventional farming. So I think, what does it mean to change our food system into a more sustainable food system by taking the necessary tools to make it successful? We have to be able to think bigger. And I think that's what community land access offers for us. So next slide. What is community land access really? These are some of the maybe tenets that I've been able to distill, but as we've mentioned, it shifts the responsibility to creating more landowners, to creating more land that is available for production in the long term. It also thinks at an ecosystem level, so that we're not only thinking about the land of production or the set of production as a vehicle, but also thinking about the ecosystem at large. It's been really nice to have these maps here in the back just to think of the ecosystem at large. And of course, equity is entirely reimagined. And community land models, equity is seen as a sheer fact that a group of people are allowed to have a meaningful relationship with the land. And that the ultimate priority is not increasing the rate of appreciation, but the availability of it for future generations. It also has what I would call an agroecological signature. Next slide. So agroecology is a body of knowledge that at its core considers a farm to be situated in an ecosystem and in a community. The farm is not just the farm, it's actually part of a larger ecosystem. It's part of a larger rhythm of land. So models of community stewardship that are rooted in agroecological principles tend to be attuned to that rhythm, which is really important. One exercise that I like to encourage people to think about, and it's, I think, something that we were able to have with Chairman Ramirez earlier, Chairwoman Ramirez earlier, thinking about the Salinas Valley as a bigger place. So next slide. So one way that I like to encourage people is that, yeah, we're in the Salinas Valley, but we're among actually a series of waterways that are much larger and less rigid than the property lines themselves. So what does it look like to think of the land in this way instead, rather than at the property level? But think of it at the waterway level, or at the watershed level. Okay, so now I'm going to switch gears. We talked about a lot about community land access, and I just want to do a quick 101 because I think people hear, okay, community land access, cooperative land access, or cooperative land tenure, excuse me. But how do we do that? So I'm just going to do a quick rundown of how we advise farmers usually when they're dealing with entities, because it can be an overwhelming thing to think about. Okay, how do we organize ourselves here? So I'm going to talk about Kate next. If you want to put on the next slide, the model that we use to talk about entities a lot of the time. I think people get really tripped up when they talk about when I talk about community land stewardship, because they immediately go into creating this idea of a legal form that doesn't exist yet, or we have to create the perfect land holding receptacle to make that happen. And while we do possibly need to think about novel and new ways to hold land, I also think it's important to recognize that there's a lot that we can do with what we already have here. So when we advise clients that that want to hold land as a community. We began by saying that, we feel strongly that you're already doing the hardest part. Your choice of entity doesn't define the type of organization you are, or whether you're a bad or good organization. So we instead like to think of entities as legal tools that come out with certain sets of advantages and disadvantages, and you just have to figure out what works best for you as you go. So we like to use this cake metaphor to make it as digestible as possible. We start by saying, think of the sponge of the cake as the entity and the icing as the tax status, and mix and match them. And then there's the infinite possibilities for the ingredients you can choose to make your cake and icing. And that's your governance, your internal financing, your operational structure. That's really what brings the community and the cooperative pieces together into what the entity is, into what the landholding entity is. Next slide, please. So the sponge or entity is something that you form according to state law. This could be like an LLC, a nonprofit, among other things. If you're a group of people doing something together, you're something called an unincorporated association. If you want to incorporate as a formal entity, then you need to register with the Secretary of State. Then you have the icing, which is a tax status. This can be like a 501c3, for example. Next slide, please. Typically, there's three types of general entities that we tend to talk about in most states. So public benefit, which includes things like nonprofits, mutual benefits, which include like cooperative corporations and nonprofit mutual benefit corporations. And then of course, for-profit or shareholder-owned entities, which are like corporations, but can also include cooperatives as well. And then we can go not to the common icings, but the next one. Ultimately, what we like to think about is, some models use multiple entities of different types working together to create some sort of hybrid model. So it's important to think of what ingredients you put into your entity more than the actual entity itself. Like, what is the cake made of? If that is much more important. What is it baked with? So regardless of the entity type, you have a lot of control over how you can make decisions and how you can build this governance structure. This is a topic that the Law Center works a lot with and has a lot of resources. But for example, at the Law Center that we're a part of, we're a worker self-directed nonprofit, which is like the cake on the left. So we're a nonprofit corporation, but we have a lot of cooperative principles baked into our democracy or into our governance structure. I ultimately like to bring this cake metaphor after talking about community land tenure, because I want to encourage folks to believe that there's already the possibility to create receptacles to hold land, not as an individual, but as a community, and for community for generations to follow. And often what really matters most in terms of community stewardship is who's making those decisions about the land. And baking in a governance structure is critical to creating community land tenure. And of course, this is, I imagine, something that we'll hear from Neil and Tiago Benes today. That's it for me today. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Otherwise, yeah, we can keep it rolling.
Thanks, Dorian. Did anyone want to have any immediate discussion following Dorian's presentation? Oh, go ahead, Ruth, please.
Or maybe the panelists will talk about this more, but how would you describe the financial model of cooperative ownership? How it sounds like it's more successful than an individual small firm? Like, how did the economics work out?
Good question. As far as like profit goes, or
well, yeah, I guess what is each person taking home at the end of the day compared to an individual farm?
I think that's something that we're still building out, right? And that we haven't seen a lot of models for, because we have a lot of great examples of like marketing cooperatives, right, that work at a larger scale. And I think those, so I think one of the things that we're trying to emphasize here is that it's not so much the organization, but the ability to scale by by aggregating together, makes the impact different. So that's, I think, what we're, because I think at the same scale, you'll actually fare worse as a cooperative. But the idea of being able to organize cooperatively is that you're able to actually accumulate or grow in scale. And so your margins get bigger. So that's really the biggest takeaway that we're trying to pose here, is that it actually, it's more impactful as a cooperative. And as a result, it's able to bring bigger margins. But yeah, I think comparing, 5 acres of a co-op versus 5 acres of an LLC or a sole proprietorship, yeah, you're going to see, I think, it fare better, of course, for the sole proprietor. But ultimately, what you're trying to do is scale so that it fares better for the cooperative ownership, because it brings the other social components in play with it.
So multiple cooperatively owned farms or larger acreages that are cooperatively owned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't necessarily hear a distinction, but I think I'm hearing that you're talking about cooperative land ownership, but that doesn't necessarily mean cooperative business ownership. Like, there could be different business entities
Right.
operating.
Yeah, and that's actually a great distinction, which is something that, I didn't distinguish. Yeah, I think right now, specifically what I'm trying to talk about is how do we have landholding models that actually accommodate different types of businesses. And so this can be LLCs or sole proprietorships or cooperatives themselves. But the idea is that when you tie like land equity and the financialization of farmland into the business model, it actually skews the value and really like the productive value that is being seen, because so much of that value is being derived from the land itself rather than from the actual production of the site. And so, I think it's important to talk about being able to have large cooperative landholding models that don't follow individual, sort of individual succession, but are actually held as productive land for generations to come, so that different entities can be part of the be able to produce agriculturally on the land. Yeah.
Yeah, so just kind of throw out a couple of things that I worry about with collective land management for people who are trying to make a living off of the land. The first thing that I always think about is retirement and, not having an asset. And so when you get old, either you just work forever until you die standing up. Because there's nothing that you can do to retire. And you have no asset. So that to me is a big worry about models of collective land management. There isn't a thought about what are you doing that asset building that can allow you to not have to work when you're 80 years old, or you can't work anymore. And then kind of with that, just to, I really like what you said about how, we name things and the kind of entity that we use is one thing, but it really matters what they're made of, because there's all kinds of cooperatives. I mean, Welch's is a cooperative, there's all kinds of cooperatives, and whether or not they're democratic is a question mark. They don't have to be. Whether or not they are hierarchical is a question mark. They don't have to be, and they can be. So there's not a lot of givens in each of the models. It really does matter, like, what you use to make each one. And one last thought is the scaling really complicates cooperatives, right? Because, there's big questions of, especially when you bring lots more people into the equation around accountability and follow through and kind of, how do you maintain those things when, in theory, we're all, have this kind of equitable model, but one or more people decide that, they're not going to do what they're assigned to do, and then there's not a mechanism for accountability, Yeah. So I just wanted to just put these things out there. It's like I say that, being very committed to like deep democracy, and know that there are some serious question marks that need to be
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think that's the tensions that I navigate with a lot too, especially in thinking as of retirement. And I think I also like to distinguish the farm business model from the landholding model, that entertaining different ways of building equity that don't make the land inaccessible. But yeah, it's a challenging conversation.
I had a question about related to like retirement and building equity with land as an asset, as collectively owned and stewarded. Is there space to like codify or make that legal where the land can be appreciated in value, but it's still owned or stewarded by other entities together? Or is there any conversation around that?
I mean, technically you can do it, like a lot of like limited equity housing cooperatives, for example, operate in that same way, where you own a building, for example, with units cooperatively. And you're able to cap the amount of equity that you're able to accrue from that building. And so at the time that you leave or you retire, or whatever makes you exit the building, you have a certain amount of equity that you're able to take with you. So there's models like that are in place with like cooperative housing, for example. I don't know if I've seen any like that in any working plans, but yeah.
It sounds like it's usually like one entity though that holds it with multiple members. Is there other models where it's not it's not one entity, it's multiple entities that own it collectively, or does it always have to be like one entity that has members? I don't know if that makes sense.
Like it can be like one organization holds the land
Yeah.
versus like 10 organizations holding the land. Yeah, I invite Neil to support me with this one, but I think there's definitely other sort of 501c like models that you can create in that way, where there's multiple member. It's sort of like a nonprofit with different member organizations. There's where different members are able to constitute the landholding entity. So like is there a 501c25 that's able to do that? They will, I forget the exact number. Yeah, the 501c25 is able to have multiple multiple organizations hold the land collectively, like as a nonprofit, as what's called a 501c25. So they together are basically the members of the land, or the land holding. So in that way, you can create it like that. Of course, you can create like a cooperative itself, but yeah, depending on what the goals are and what purpose you want to hold the land. Yeah.
Okay, I was curious if there's like a question underneath the question of like, it sounded like you were talking about valuation and also multiple entities.
Yeah, like, I don't know how to really frame what I'm thinking, but if it's possible, we effectively without having that 501c whatever number, or whatever entity it is, like, and multiple farmers just go in and purchase land together, or is it not really?
A cooperative would be that with the different LLC owning the cooperative, but
Still one entity though.
yeah.
You still have to form that one entity. There's no way for like multiple entities to do that without one single entity.
All of us could buy land together and all of our names could be on the
Like tenancy in common.
I think that you get into trouble with that when you try to then go outside of that network and get like an angle. Like they are not very happy with that kind of.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
What is the relation between all you? That's what I thought.
To get more dollars to like, kind of invest in the property in some way to build something there.
Right. So like section off, especially like zoning and stuff like that, you couldn't like section off, okay, you purchase this, what do they do, like it's saying you get 5, whatever it is. Really constructing, whatever, like I could go, one farm could go in and get like. Those are kind of questions, those logistical things. That come to mind for me, but something definitely need hours of that, and yes, That makes sense. Like, how do we prevent that situation from happening? But I gotta give my thoughts to like articulate it.
It's not an easy
I like it.
task, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I just wanna say, like, thinking about our recommendations and going forward, those two cakes that are really, I mean, this is the exact slideshow and block that you gave that lit the bulb for me. It was like, oh, this is how we should set it. And like funding source, like, and working with the state, like, are they looking at a cooperative like a 501c3? Not necessarily, it's not like benefit because it is a group to come together as a business, but you're inherently right that farming is a business, and if we're gonna support farming, we have to support some businesses to, you know, get land back, be able to purchase it, ancestral return, all the things, even if they're gonna do business, which is the production, which is feeding all of us. Yeah. Appreciate sharing.
Yeah, thanks for these questions.
Do you have a follow-up? Yeah. I just want to throw one thing out there. I think I hear this contrast like in Sarah Mock's books, for example, between the individually owned farmer and then the collaborative, cooperatively owned farm. I think there's a third thing that's maybe in between, which is like in Fresno, the Southeast Asian refugee farming families that have extended family and it's not really an individual. It's not a cooperative because it's still a family unit, but it's just a lot more people involved. So it's kind of an additional model, I guess.
Yeah, thank you for, yeah, that's a cultural component, I think that, like, the family farm is different.
Right.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, the yeoman, I think I'm talking about sort of, you know, the Jeffersonian ideal, you know, but of course, yeah, different kinship relationships, I think that make that possible, yeah.
Longer ago, those farmers actually did have large families.
Right.
Yeah, too, it wasn't just one person.
Yeah.
So there's also been all those cultural shifts in time.
Yeah.
Within your cake recipe, where do tribal nations align?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that's something that I want to do more work in. I think I wanted it to be an invitation rather than an imposition, so it's why I didn't talk about tribes. But I think this has been useful in the past with non-federally recognized tribes, for example, because many of them are having to use a 501c3 model to incorporate, and I think there's a lot that we can do as the task forces to find ways of supporting California Native American tribes and exercising their sovereignty even when they're non-federally recognized and even when they're having to use the entity of a 501c3. So I think, yeah, the cake can definitely have something in that sort of having non-federally recognized tribes, you know, in one of those cake models, being able to exercise their sovereignty with land use, with cultural use, you know, with land access. Yeah, that's a big one. Of course, I'm thinking of that with non-federally recognized tribes. Of course, federally recognized tribes are different, right, because they operate through the BIA. But yeah, when I think about entities, I definitely we do work a lot with non-federally recognized tribes, and that is something that we have to use a lot, you know, to support them in navigating the system, is using the entity of the 501c3 to be able to gain access to land and practice cultural uses. It's a good question.
Maybe it's a good time to introduce other guest speakers. And I'm gonna invite us to introduce our other guest speakers.
Okay.
Am I missing something? Okay, it's fine.
Sorry, good morning. Yeah, so thanks to the three of you for also being here and joining us. We're gonna so I'm gonna let you all introduce yourselves more, but I will introduce you very briefly, and then we're gonna do a quick pause to get everyone to the introduction and get a speak on so that Hugo and Carmen too, if you would like to, can present in Spanish. So welcome Hugo and Carmen. These are two farmers and community organizers from Sierra Honduras. which is a local project here and a cooperatively run farm project. You can tell us more about the project itself in Pajaro Valley. And then we have Neil Thapper, who is here joining us with an organization called Minnow. And we all communicated with Rorian, so you know the four of you are all kind of here on the same theme. And I'm just going to pass it over to let's see. Let's start with you, Carmen and Hugo, and the two of you will present next. And so I'm going to pass it over to you to introduce yourselves, and then Neil all together and speak lots. Okay. Yes, so we are gonna set up interpretation now. Carmen, do you want to present anything of your actually? That's great. So everyone's gonna have their headset, and then we're gonna just comment online. So Megan, you might be more familiar with how the Zoom function works online. I believe if you are joining it's switching over. That's true. Although I think it depends on how our fabulous interpretation prefers to be set up. As we go, the folks who are listening in online, do they stay in the Spanish language channel?
No, they choose English.
Okay, so then we're doing it first. Okay. Want to repeat for that Zoom? If you are on Zoom, then you need to switch over to the English interpretation channel. If you're learning the Spanish interpretation channel.
Once the Spanish language begins.
Does that mean everyone who is not in, who has not selected a globe now needs to select the Spanish globe? I believe if you prefer to listen in Spanish and you're online, you have to come to the main room because Google will be possession in the room. But if you're online and you prefer to listen in English, then you need to go to the English room. So click the globe. There's only two options on the globe, so if you find yourself in the wrong one, hop on over to the other one. Okay, sorry for that. So we can wait by another minute or so. We have a few more headsets to pass around. And then once we're all connected, we'll do it by department. And then thank you for letting me. And then that thing ahead that they need to listen in the so do you testing real quick? Now I can. Yes. Okay, Carmen and Hugo, do you guys have slides or any material to share? No, we wanted to share. Perfect. Okay, perfect. That's great. Feel free to stand up. Feel free to stay seated. Whatever you feel comfortable with, and leading intention. Yeah, go right ahead.
So first of all, thank you all for the invitation, and also to see some familiar faces. I think this is we're part of Tierras Milperas. My name is Carmen Cortez. I form part of the Commission on Community Governance, which is a side working group that supports our Assembly Council within our organization, mostly on a lot of research or technical support. But we like to say that we're kind of like the mitigating space to support the kind of more Western US forms. Yet maintaining the space for our community to organize in the way that they understand and know how to. So we are a majority of the folks in our organization are farm worker families from this region. But farm worker takes a very specific connotation. As you know, the work in the farm is mostly in relation to a specific type of baby. So they mostly in big agro industries. In our region, it's mostly in the strawberry fields or in the lettuce fields. But a lot of our community also come from the global south, mostly from Mexico and very different parts of Mexico, as well as in Salvador. And a lot of our take, and maybe we're a little bit more of the sponge of what our experience will be sharing today. And a little bit more in this third space that I think you guys have brought up earlier. We are families who were displaced through economic situations, through NAFTA, through a lot of external policies that have been imposed into Mexico in particular, and more so now in Central America. We now are finding ourselves here, whether it was through the Crucero program in the earlier times, in the 70s and the 80s, and now more recently through land dispossession and narco state violence in Mexico. And so a lot of our folks are now working in the fields, but they are also coming from a subsistence-based economic system, and sometimes we call that also original livelihood. Our community is also, there's a lot of folks in our community that are indigenous Mexicans from southern parts of Mexico and also from the Michoacan region. And we're finding ourselves now in native landscapes here in the Northern Territory. And one of our kind of main perspectives over our relationship to land is food to feeding our families, and our clustering and way that we produce food or grow food is really through focus around regeneration, spaces and growing. And we're campesinos, so we've, and again, the campesino is a terminology that's different of being an agricultural worker. We find ourselves and we have found ourselves in small community gardens because, as we know, in our region, the prices of land are very, very high. And renting land is something that is also sometimes a technical element in terms of contract work and so forth. So our organization started through this network of community gardens that was sustained through a very wonderful common nonprofit organization. And it was also, community gardens are often spaces where you find this huge diversity of agro practices. So we went through a whole independence process from the nonprofit status because at some point we started to organize as an assembly. And our assembly is something that's really important to us culturally because it's also the way that we hold land in common in a lot of places in the global south and how we form governance and decisions over land use. And so the assembly here in this network of 7 community gardens became the space where we so direct how we were going to use the lower space and share knowledge on some food, food, and so on. Unfortunately, in the last few years, we've been having a big issue with a lot of the landholding entities, and specifically in the last 2 years, one of the churches that rented about an acre's worth of land to us decided that they no longer were going to or they didn't find a legitimate way to grow food, and also specifically organizing ourselves around assembly. There's too many people. Why are they in and out of our space? And you're here only to grow and that's it. And so the last 2 years became a big battle around being able to sustain that with 1 acre of land, which was our biggest garden. Fortunately, through a lot of connections with our community, including some of our relationships with Farmlife, we now are, we left. We actually affirmed that they didn't kick us out. We ended up leaving. We'd rather not be in a space that has chastised us and criminalized us because the things that they were saying, our community was doing drugs, it was a level of criminalization that was pretty awful. Fortunately, we're now able to grow through the support of folks like Minnow and also FarmLink and the Community Agroecology Network. we're now in a 4-acre farm. And the model that we've been kind of working on is not so much of a cooperative model, but it is cooperative in its essence. So land is still used by, at least in this 4-acre plot, there's 30 farmers working on it, or campesino families. It's about 15 feet to 200 feet. And so it's 10 times bigger than what families were growing on just a year before. Something that I think most people didn't think was possible, yet we saw the lushness of it, like, grow so much this year. And each family, now, not just in that planned plot, but in the other 6 community gardens, can go and grow food in a collective communal space area around the other family plots. So the growing of food there is now at a different scale that we can actually share food with everybody else in the community and do other things like process or store food. Which for us is the main and important piece of this. And so we don't necessarily fit into the specific perspective around like the farm model per se. And actually, because we were able to make the connection with FarmLink in a different way so that they understood kind of how we're organized, the landowner was able to lease the land to our newer fiscal sponsor. With the Community Agroecology Network. However, one of the stipulations that they wrote in our agreement was that we can't have these large gatherings. So the organization is made out of 120 families in total, and we have these monthly assembly meetings where at least, not everybody makes it, but we're having like between 60 and 80 people come to them. So we aren't allowed to use the date to gather. And so at the moment, it's really been through solidarity, community members who open up their own homes or their own spaces to be able to host us. We are in this process now where, because of the situation with the land tenure system and because of the way that we've wanted to be, we are thinking in the long run of acquiring land. We don't know in what form or shape at the moment, but we are thinking that it would have to, like the icing, to use that metaphor, would have to explore these different methods or reading to the state that can also enable us to still practice a lot of that communal way of organizing ourselves. And in the future, there's conversations around being able to sell our produce, also in a cooperative format, but more importantly, host. We've been learning together around models from the Global South around being able to, the storage of food, being able to sustain at least even like all the food for the rest of the year for most of our families. And that where the agricultural work is more of an option rather than the only thing, the thing that we'll have to do. So being able to create also an economic model, because obviously we live in still in the self-contained capital. But there's different things that we have developed through the assembly process, which we imagine, and I know there was questions earlier about like, what an asset making in the long run look like. And I think for us, we kind of take the approach more of like, what are the community like infrastructure that we need to be able to sustain each other and that we already have within our cultural ways. And also we recognize that we are in a different landscape. Most of our community say often, if I could be where I am from, I would be there. But that also takes us into a different conversation, especially in the moment of displacement, where we started to ask ourselves, well, who owns the land and how is land structured? And who was here before? And usually the response was like, oh, well, this was Mexico before. And then we kept asking ourselves, well, what was here before Mexico, no? And then that took us into the recent relationship with the Metzin tribe in our region that is still ongoing and in dialogue. But I think for us, it's really about regenerating and reconnecting not only to land, but to history, and kind of centering again food and being able to like grow food for our families. And yet also trying to find innovative ways to create cooperative models that can still sustain like the economic engine behind it. Now, with that said, I think right now as we're like we just imagine it. We say, okay, we want it. And maybe it'll come. We don't know. But let's look into it. So we started to look into the listings of what our land, if let's say we were going to purchase land, what would that mean? And so again, we're coming into these like challenges around the sole proprietor model being like the main imposition over how land should be titled. Also, the support or any of the work around farming operations is usually kind of directed towards the sole proprietor model or a sole individual farmer. And also very skewed towards production for market. So when we think about like using the land for growing food for families, and then there's also families harvesting food, then we get into this whole thing of like child labor laws and all these other things that they're in direct tension into the way that we care for land or we produce food together. So anyways, those are some kind of basic things that maybe like the conversation page with together.
Bueno, una pequeña clarificación que sería los espacios ahora en donde estamos sembrando crecieron 20 veces más. Pero bueno, pues sí, la comunidad es básicamente campesina, como lo mencionó Carmen, ¿no? Entonces, nosotros creemos que pues estamos en un camino, ¿no? En donde pues la vida enseña muchísimo, ¿no? Entonces, queremos continuar en este camino. Estamos convencidos que pues el crecimiento de las plantas no enseña más que humildad, ¿no? En lugar de incluso estas conversaciones, ¿no? O sea, ahorita tenemos una conversación en donde pues observamos un sistema pues de gobierno, ¿no? Entre los países, ¿no? Que crean democracias que luego no representan al pueblo, ¿no? Entonces, pues como mencionaba Carmen, en estas asambleas hacemos un esfuerzo muy grande por escucharnos todos y todos poder desarrollar nuestra organización, ¿no? Naturalmente, pues también sabemos que la prevención no existe. Bueno, es un ejercicio que hacemos mensualmente, esto de la asamblea, y que pues poco a poco vamos generando lo que todos queremos. Ahí sí es lo que todos queremos, ese espacio, ¿no? Y bueno, la última pues propuesta es esto de una tierra colectiva, una propiedad, ¿no? Se podría decir privada, aunque de nuevo pues somos gente que pues ha crecido con esta idea de que pues estás en la tierra y que pues por el cariño que le tienes hacia ella, naturalmente pues intentas cuidarla, ¿no? Entonces, afortunadamente pues está ahora esta posibilidad, se está pensando en desarrollar esta
adquisición de una propiedad colectiva, de nuevo para estas alrededor de 120 familias, en donde pueda haber un modelo de vivienda, venta de la producción y un lugar en donde podamos juntarnos, ¿no? Para pues seguir desarrollando nuestra comunidad. Y pues prácticamente en donde estamos muy emocionados de que esto se esté sucediendo, a pesar de todas las complejidades que hay en el mundo, ¿no? Y que pues continuamos viendo pues cuestiones muy extravagantes, ¿no? En donde se ve que pues es muy diferente, ¿no? O sea, no es el diálogo, ¿no? No es ponerse de acuerdo y pues por nuestra parte, humildemente, pues sí sabemos que hay que tener esa paciencia para escucharse entre todos y pues intentar todos caminar juntos, ¿no? Unidos. En pues básicamente el desarrollo de nuestra comunidad, el entorno y de pues básicamente eso. Entonces pues
questions and we can ask them in English or Spanish. So maybe we'll start with Simon. Well, I guess you got it set up. Okay. Yeah, okay, great. So thank you, Carmen, and we'll, like you said, Carmen, we can just open it up for discussion now. Question. Do you want to add anything before?
Where were you located?
We're throughout the Watsonville. There's one place in Pájaro, and the farm now is right where current Corralitos and Athens.
Okay. The stipulation of gathering. Why was that a thing? Whose request was that? Was that the landowner? Because that's you have a right to assemble, so I'm assuming that they had a reason why they didn't want to assemble. Is that to to ensure that you guys aren't united in that sense of assembling?
When we were in the church property, they were very adamant about them being the property owners and being the ones to direct how things were managed. So they didn't want us to assemble for those reasons. And that became clear to us when we actually were able to get to the point where the highest members of the church were forced in a way kind of by the general public to come to one of our assemblies and meet with everybody. Now in the other case where we are growing now in the Athos Corralitos area, it's because of like the way that this the reality of like the private property ownership idea is that they can say and do what they want on their lands. And it's also farmland. So for them, farming is only you go and produce and then you leave. And so even the templates around the leasing won't have an element of like a space for getting together. And then we also think that it has a lot, and I think we're talking about here, it has a lot to do with zoning as well. So it's not just like, in the people's consciousness, what one should look like. But even the whole neighborhood around is like, it's just for farming and that's all you do. Or if it's in a mixed farming residential area, you're gonna bother the neighbors. In case of like also this idea of, that we're working towards the building housing, that's also been another challenge, like the zoning is either you do farming or you only have one family home there. And otherwise would be having 2 or 3 types of organizational structures, which we've also seen like in Sonoma County. But then that adds a whole nother level of like bureaucratic infrastructure that then imposes other things on us.
And I just had one more question, because you said you were seeking the listings. Do you have a real estate agent, or is that just your team seeking that information?
Yeah, at the moment it's just us like
Right on.
relying on. Or because a lot of the folks that we are in our organization are doing farm work in so many other areas, like they know the landscape very well, so they'll come and say, hey, I saw this property for sale, and so we end up creating things together. There's some solidarity, real estate groups that we're now just beginning to meet.
Thank you.
Maybe not necessarily, but it sounds like the gatherings are very intentional for like governance and decision making. Are they always that way? They also informal, like gathering and getting together as farmers or land stewards? There's one question. I have another question with that too.
Yeah, thanks for asking about that. Yes, so it is like our governance structure. And do meet over like how we're going to put back our corn stalks back into the soil, or our timing of planting and things like that. We coordinate also specifically now in the Forager farm. We have to coordinate if we're going to use like a larger machine to like smooth things. We have to coordinate together before I'm planting and that. But there's other types of gatherings, which are important to us, like, we have, or of course, many, the Day of the Dead is also an important moment, but I think for us, it's like the harvest time, so it becomes like a family event. We also have different knowledge sharing moments where we can share some systems. We just actually had that workshop, because everybody has knowledges over that. So yeah, it becomes that we also want to celebrate that it's been 4 years since we've been doing this. It's actually been 6 years, but that was 4 years. So we had a big anniversary, like 80 people, and we were one of the farmers there has small goats, and so we made a goat in a pit in the soil. So that's also not something that is necessarily accepted everywhere. But it was a private meeting.
Love it. Love
Oh, it's very inspiring. I can imagine that many people or families, or just that's usually the number.
Yeah, usually it's like it's between families and it's families, but like the main meetings for like decision making, it's mostly like one person. There'll be some family members there too, because right after our main meetings, we'll have food, so it just be some family.
I remember Hugo mentioned something about sometimes not everybody agrees. So within that structure, how do y'all deal with like disagreements, but also knowing like the season has demand and things need to be decided upon? Do you guys have challenges with that? With like how it's structured, or how do you guys deal with those type of I don't know, conflicts, but just disagreements, I guess?
Ya, pues, de nuevo es tener ciencia mucha paciencia. Y efectivamente, pues, como mencionaba Carmen, son diferentes regiones las que están aquí congregadas de diferentes lugares de México principalmente. Entonces, hay incluso personas que se dificulta el español, que hablan su lenguaje, es complejo, ¿no? Entonces, de nuevo, pues, básicamente es solo paciencia y estar siempre observando hacia adelante, ¿no? Como viendo cuál es la imagen que estamos intentando proyectar todos juntos como comunidad en la sociedad. Cuando pasó esto de las iglesias, nos preguntábamos, ¿no? O sea, queremos seguir, ¿no? Con un espacio para las familias, ¿no? Entonces fue muy cansado, ¿no? Estuvimos hablando con los medios. Primero intentamos buscar a las iglesias tiempos de verse, escucharon, fuimos con los medios, fue muy difícil, ¿no? La historia que proyectaban los medios era básicamente la historia de la iglesia. Entonces dijimos, esto es como pues ver la colonización de nuevo, ¿no? O sea, que impone el más fuerte, es la ley del más fuerte. Entonces, no es lo que pasó en realidad, ¿no? Entonces, y por lo mismo, o sea, hay dificultades en la misma comunidad, ¿no? Naturalmente, si hay un conflicto y que es entre la comunidad y la iglesia, incluso la misma comunidad está pensando que quizá ellos mismos están equivocados, ¿no? Cuando la iglesia es la que está criminalizando y demás. Entonces es complejo, ¿no? Pero de nuevo, pues es mucha paciencia y estar firme en lo que la comunidad necesita y reclama.
In terms of like, maybe challenges internally, I think what is kind of into our benefit in many ways that maybe a lot of other folks that are in different mixed groups have challenge with is that our cycle of milpa kind of organizes us. So this is our traditional form of growing food. And there's also a very deep like connection to that cycle. So that volunteeriness, like that will to do things is like not even questionable, like we have to do it. So even though there's a challenge, there will be the assembly, will maybe last 2 or 3 assemblies to figure that out, but that'll never delay, like we need to harvest the new corn to make our corundas for that period. Also, every plot is a family owned plot, so each farmer decides how to manage their own plot, where maybe some things will be in the collective space. But again, maybe it'll just be fewer people because they're like, oh, you didn't figure it out anyway. I wanted it this way, or whatever the situation was. But the work needs to get done, and so there's the level of like understanding that must get done. And so maybe not, won't be all of us, but some of us will push through the work. And that's often the case that doesn't happen in other spaces because like, well, why should I go if others around putting more work, which happens too, but the level of accountability is like just kind of part of our value system around our word and sticking to that. And then also like there's a deep passion around like food in our community and growing food. So I don't think anyone in our community wants to see the rotting of tomatoes just because we just had a conflict. So yeah. And
Y bueno, nada más para estos de los jitomates, hay otra, firmamos contrato con 3 iglesias diferentes, metodistas, episcopales y luteranos. Y los luteranos estuvieron muy, pues, preguntándose por qué pasaba esto, este conflicto entre las otras 2 iglesias, ¿no? Entonces, pues ellos decidieron ir a nuestras asambleas, se enteraron y bueno, nos apoyaron muchísimo. Incluso nos decidieron rentarnos un espacio que está atrás de su iglesia de 2 acres. Entonces, pues vimos este lugar de 1 acre y otro un poquito más pequeño. Y encontramos esta farm de 4 acres y este espacio atrás de la iglesia luterana de 2 acres. Pero bueno, una de las personas que no le gusta ese desperdicio es la persona encargada de la iglesia luterana. Y ella estaba también diciendo, ¿sabes qué? A mí me encanta poner los tomates en frascos, bueno, todo en frascos, ¿no? El tomatillo, nopales, ¿no? Todo. Entonces, recientemente tuvimos un taller con ella de canning, ¿no? De enlatado, ya, y bueno, y es una cuestión que pues hay apoyo y hay solidaridad en la comunidad, incluso pues en la gente que nos está disfrutando.
And with the young people in the community too, who also come and do work even though they're not planting themselves. But I think that also activates a lot of the older folk in our community. There's a generational gap, but I think there's a lot of excitement to want to do that. And that's often the case that we wouldn't see in other farming operations. And that also helps with confidence. And one last thing, wanted to also mention that it's not just the assembly, so like there's the commission, there's a community coordinator that supports like to be going more in each of the gardens, making sure things are like the agreements that the assembly comes up with are being like followed. And then there's like an assembly council, and the assembly council is made up of older folks from different gardens. And so when there are larger conflicts, a lot of times that's where things get resolved or discussed when they don't feel like they should be resolved at the level of assembly, like watering or more of an interpersonal within 2 folks, because that's something we don't or probably shouldn't be exposed in the assembly or whatever the situation is. People feel that's a space for that as well. Like resolution.
I think Emily had one more. Yeah, I just had, because you were talking about the workshops and community involvement and interest for, and you had mentioned you're actively developing the partnership with Alma Mutson. So I was just curious what that was like.
Yeah, it's just starting. And it really happened when they were going through the Huristak sacred site. They invited us to come and speak at one of their rallies because they heard what had happened with the church situation. And then we've just been participating in there's like the environmental impact assessment that was getting through Santa Clara County. And so we also participated in that and mentioned that, in fact, even we couldn't even take the environmental impact assessment report to our community because it was all in English. And the level of burden I think around that was like, it was also another thing in that moment. So we showed up there and we also told the county that, and even in order for us to like learn of this like impact and we needed to have that in Spanish. And actually, that was very important because it also delayed the process of having the mine movement or the project move forward, because the county had to go back and translate everything back to Spanish. So they're very small things, but I think we're meant to be there for each other. And I know that the Muslim folks are small crew too, especially in dementia. And then when they have like the restoration days, we try to bring our young people to that. So we would like to maybe develop, like get closer.
Great, thank you.
One question I had, do y'all have any paid position? You do.
Yeah.
Pues somos de nuevo un grupo de personas pagadas y ahí una de ellas sí tenía un accidente, entonces pues ahorita estoy solo yo, pero también apoya bastante el consejo y la comisión. Entonces, pues sí, es bastante trabajo, pero de nuevo, pues paciencia y ganas.
So I think we should move on to our final speaker, and then we can come back together and have another group conversation. So Neil, if you wouldn't mind sharing an overview of the organization, and then you're going to virtually have and I will say, you all are listening, typically the council member, regardless for recommendations and for policy recommendations, put that question back to the speakers. And so perhaps after Neil goes, Melanie and Bruno and Carmen can all speak a little bit more to that as well, if you have specific recommendations. That's all. So take us away. Thank you.
How much more time is there in the conversation, just so?
Maybe 15 minutes or so, so we have a little flexibility after this. We don't want to rush you, and we can just save a little time on the back end, so I'll just do a time check at 15 minutes and see where we're at.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me here, and thank you, Dorian, for helping certainly us being able to present to you all today. It's good to see some familiar faces and new ones too. My name is Neil Topper. I'm with an organization called Minnow, which was started about 5 years ago, and our mission is to secure land tenure for families of color and to support Indigenous communities and in land sovereignty work. And our work covers kind of a broad range of, you can call us a technical assistance provider, if that's like another way to think about it, in terms of supporting groups with legal governance and connecting to resources, financial resources as well, to support acquisition. I think I just want to like not duplicate too much what Dorian said and maybe just add a little bit to us, which is part of why I'm here as a partner of theirs. I guess to sort of maybe toggle between like high level and some like more specific comments. So I'll start with specific of some of our work. So I think I'll take off at the jumping point, kind of like what Dorian was talking about and what people asked about it. Like there's often a lot of questions around specific entity types and like what's the configuration that's going to make this work. And my takeaway from hearing what Dorian shared, my experience is that we often, I think, spend a lot of time focusing on that because there is a very like narrow range that we are able to work within the legal system as it currently exists. And so even in hearing like your question, Nelson, about can different entities hold land together? How does that, like, what are the pros and cons of that? a lot of the work that Piedras Negras is doing, that our work with tribes up in Mendocino are doing, is happening despite those systems that are in place, not because they actually support what the communities want to actually create for themselves in terms of how to govern land. So I think I just want to like re-emphasize that as a takeaway for the task force, thinking about like how to design recommendations for like what's the proper role of the state. And some of this comes from the federal government too, in terms of like tax status, that's out of the sort of like realm of what we're talking about. But even within sort of like what happens within the state, like the state can create and dissolve different kinds of entity structures. And so there's maybe possibilities of like new kinds of entities that could get created that more accurately reflect the types of like ways that folks are organizing, that reflect the way that they want to hold land together, make decisions, the kind of activities, the land uses that they want to use that aren't currently possible. And so because they're not currently possible, we then are like forcing groups into nonprofits or into LLCs or into these different legal forms, which then we give a lot of weight to. And I think Dorian was like, it was great to hear Dorian talk about how I would affirm like de-emphasizing the importance of specific like entity type. There's value in them, and it really comes down to like what are the values that the community holds and how they're going to implement. And you can exercise that in a bunch of different kinds of models. And I say this as someone who has spent a good amount of time really advocating for models that operate within the nonprofit context, because that has been the closest, but it's in many cases also very problematic and not very supportive of what folks want to do. So I mentioned some of our work in Mendocino County with 3 federally recognized tribes that are receiving land from the state. And I mention it because it's an example of how, earlier, these are federally recognized tribes, so they are sovereign nations and have the capacity to do anything that any other government would be able to do, including hold land. But in this case, the state of California, even though they were following the governor's directive to sort of redistribute and support co-management with tribes over the last several years, the state decided to require that the 3 tribes form a nonprofit in order to receive the land. And so then they get slotted into now this structure of needing to form a nonprofit, which does not meet their needs and does not afford them the rights and responsibilities that they have as nations to govern that land. And we're still in that process with them. One of the interesting, I think, just things to note there is that even though they need to form a nonprofit, there's the ability of forming a nonprofit either under California law or under tribal law. And so, at each step of the way, I think the question that they were asking is, how do we most support and protect sovereignty for this land and for ourselves? And so that was one of the decision points: is do we actually form under the registered legal system, the California legal system, or do we incorporate under tribal law? And that's what they chose. But it's like within these cracks that like we're operating, trying to like find solutions that are imperfect. And some of you might have heard also about another project. So, one of the founding members of the People's Land Fund, I think you heard from Anthony a few months ago. I might have mentioned a project also in this region called Rancho Corralitos. So I'll just share a little bit. I wish I had time to make slides, sort of like visualize this, because it just like reinforces the point of how complicated some of these like models have to be, because we're trying to solve for all these different sort of like, whether they're governance or financial or where fundraising like money can come in. So with that project, there are a whole host of entities that are involved in ownership and in kind of like managing the relationship between the land stewards, the farmers, and the landowner. And I guess I'll start with what the goal was and what the goal still is, which is to move this land from being owned by a single landowner who also own a lot of the land in the valley, to 7 to 8, maybe 9 Latino immigrant organic farmers. And what we're having to navigate over this like 8-year period that we're trying to do this is that there wasn't a pathway to just do it directly. And that's what I think like land equity as a principle can help solve for, is how do we make these transactions as possible to achieve whatever the intended outcome is. But instead we have a nonprofit that incorporated LLC and an impact investment firm that's a joint venture with another LLC, and that's the landholding LLC. And I'm saying it all fast, so, you know, there's more there, but just to keep the conversation going, that's what's working for now. And so, and we're kind of building it as we go. And I think I also just want to maybe affirm that for recommendation design for this task force is like this principle of like letting 1,000 flowers blossom. Like there's not going to be one model that's going to like, and one policy that's going to create the opening for all different groups, different regional contexts, community contexts, all of that. And so like, what does it look like to to sort of design and to put forth the vision for like the way in which state policy, local policy can like, again, support them and not be kind of like adding very different way. A couple other things to note, I think, just in terms of like looking at land equity more broadly. I think you know, there are existing programs, and I imagine that some of the work is to sort of like figure out how to like integrate like racial equity and equity more broadly into those existing programs. One program that we've had experience with is the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Grant Program, this Strategic Group Council. And I think even in that program, I just say that like, I think they a few years ago did a series of listening sessions trying to incorporate equity into their process, and received some feedback. But one of the key points I think is that we don't even actually have like access to the data and information to know whether those changes have led to the intended outcome. And so like one of the low-hanging fruit could be just figuring out ways where these changes that are made to try to integrate equity into an existing program, are they actually achieving the intended outcome in terms of like where the dollars go, like are there different types of applicants that apply to these programs or not? In the case of that program, it seems like there are like a number of just like regulars who like apply to the program each year and receive funding. And the structure of the program is such, and maybe this is not new information, but I'm just reaffirming the structure of the program is such that, and it was used with the Rancho Corralitos project to acquire land, at least on the acquisition grant program, from existing landowners. And so when we think about who actually already owns land, and when the state is transferring resources to support an equitable outcome of who's gonna like be the new owner, but by paying off the person who currently owns the land, already has the privilege of owning that land. And so who benefits from the wealth of that land through a program like that it's the existing landowner. And so like playing that out and scaling that out, if there isn't more diversity in who owns land, and a program like that continues to scale up as it is, more and more of these public dollars are going to further enrich an already landowning class. So I think about what the work is to redesign an existing program and how much work it is and what the possibilities are there, compared to designing entirely new programs that have this lens baked into and sort of like think about the relative like impact of doing one or the other. Last thing I'll say, because I know we're short on time, is I did the homework to come with recommendations. In my experience working on policy is that oftentimes what you all have a difficult task of thinking about like a whole state. And that's one thing, and it's so many different things, right? And so policy oftentimes at the state level feels like it's really just like, it can be blunt and not really attuned to all the different needs. And so, you know, many different versions of institute like that. That is, us as an example that could be like that as well. Is how to like devolve governance to as sort of like local and tribes themselves are clearly governance bodies, obviously, to like devolve the resources and having policy that the state really just allocates the resources to different places and have those places sort of be the ones that really get into the details of, whether a project is really meeting the values that, the task force wants to uplift. So yeah, maybe releasing the pressure of like needing to have the state solve the sort of like big problem, but really have it just be a resource redistributor to groups that are closer to the ground and then actually can make the decisions for advancing needs. I think I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Okay, so we're at 3:15. I would love to take some time to pause for questions or any other kind of follow-up thought that you might have sparked. Maybe we go 5 or 10 minutes and then we'll just shave off a little time on the back end. I don't want to cut this short. You okay to stay for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Right. Any questions for them?
I had a question, for the land return you were talking about with the 3 tribes. Was it actual land return or was it funding provided to buy land?
Yeah, in this case, it was Caltrans is the agency that owns the property currently, and it at no cost to the region, so it's actually a land return.
And I missed that information I'm sure you covered it, but why was it needed to form the nonprofit when they are
I did mention the
tribal entities?
So the state was basically relying on sort of section of the Constitution that says that when the state sort of privatizes, and in this case, giving to a nonprofit, they consider privatizing land, that the state needs to receive the market value of that land. So from their perspective, in order to be able to transfer the land at no cost, they were limited to transferring it either to, this is the part that's frustrating, state park, a nonprofit, or a local or other city or state government entity. Those are the ones that were listed, but they wouldn't, under local state government, they wouldn't sort of like give parity to tribes and recognize them as governments. Because it didn't specifically say tribes in the legislation. And so then of the other options that were available, they said, well, we can give it to you.
Did you name that nonprofit or you didn't?
It's called Kaipoma.
Kaipoma, thank you.
We'll start with Nathaniel, then Ruth.
I guess for anyone who wants to answer this, what would you say for the folks? I mean, farmers are already busy organizing a nonprofit or even a cooperative, like, is a lot. And I mean, even the more farmers it gets, the harder it is. What would you say or recommend to those farmers, not to the strategic council, to organize, not what kind of entity, but like what organizing is better than not? is what I'm hearing from everyone here, but it's just about figuring out how that should. Maybe that wasn't a question, sorry, I don't know. It's open for,
Yeah, and I think it gets to this piece around like how the state will read that. At least for our take, where we wouldn't even be considered, I mean, let's say that the tribal system would have that parity as a local governance, like, we would just be like, but we also know that a lot of the like the way that we're looking is culturally very specific. And so there's also like a little bit of, there's a lot to say there too, like what's gonna happen if there is like a whole land policy for these other governance structures that are more like, that are based on cultural factors as opposed to like a business factor or as a collective or nonprofit factor. And we think a lot about that too. And then I get to the other point around how to living this so many you were mentioning, like the level of maybe sometimes people call it administrativeness. Yeah, I think that's part of also why in our group we have this like commission on community governance, because that's supposed to be a lot of that kind of background admin. But that we're also building that together with everybody else. So there's a difference between like the admin we have to do for like the fiscal sponsorship or for like for like the leases and contracts versus like how we're going to distribute what comes out of the collective farm space. And that sometimes there's different commissions for that. But yes, it's important to organize ourselves.
Yeah, organizing is better than not, I agree. I think what your comment made me think about was a little bit of like a chicken and the egg kind of like scenario, and why land tenure is so important. I'm thinking about the election that just happened and how many communities are going to be targeted, even more so, and how security and having a place to gather is so important to organizing for whatever it might be. It could be for, more land tenure, it could be for a range of things, and it could just be getting organized. And so I think about land equity policy as a thing as very much connected to, like in 2016, 2017, like sanctuary policies that were in cities and counties, that like those things are really, yeah.
I was thinking back to Doria's question about getting a loan and whose name is the loan application in. Are there any other barriers like that that the task force should be aware of, where it's not structurally set up for cooperative land ownership, that we could consider making recommendations on?
I missed the middle.
Oh, right. Yeah, any structural barriers to cooperative land ownership and getting more resources for that kind of model that we should be aware of in making recommendations, like the example of who takes out the loan. Like 10 people are on the lease or the deed, but then whose name is the loan in? Is there anything else like that that we should think about for recommending any kind of policy or structural adjustments?
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, we haven't gotten too into it yet, but I would imagine things like insurances, land assessment as well. So if it's held in a nonprofit or land trust, like how is land assessed for an alternative model versus predictive model? If something, we don't know as much about where the Williams impact is, but I think there could be another thing that supports farming operations that are mixed.
I think, yeah, curious to see what others have to say too. I think maybe in what comes to mind for me are like the different eligibility criteria for like programs.
Yeah.
So some of them are gonna like, you can be able to include co-ops. Some of them are gonna include making be able to make grants to farm businesses. A lot of them sometimes say you have to be a public institution or a nonprofit and aren't eligible if you're organized as an LLC, find a fiscal sponsor, or so it speaks to maybe this like line that gets drawn, the lines on the maps and also the lines in our minds of between like what's private and profit oriented and what's public and nonprofit, and that like get us and much better like operate in this gray space between where there's an element of like engaging with the marketplace to meet like community's needs, but not necessarily fully a nonprofit because that model doesn't allow for the kind of activities, let's say. And that can be a barrier then to like accessing those resources if you're not the right.
I'll add one more on the bank side. I think one thing I've seen is when organizations are wanting to deed land, have it actually be land back to a tribe, but they're encumbered by like a mortgage, it's really difficult to be able to do that because the mortgage is there. So they're not actually able to transfer the land until the mortgage is cleared. So there's a way to actually create that priority. Or I think it's called subordination, but it's a way basically of being able to honor that land back is a possibility, or can be secured versus like the possibility of the mortgage defaulting and the bank taking it back. Yeah, I think that's one that comes up in just the difficulty of banks impeding land transfer or land access in that way.
Or I wonder now that we're thinking about it, like all the USDA programs or CDFA programs that have income limits or farm size limits, like how that work. There's conversations right now with things like Sigma, irrigated lands, and food safety about some kinds of exemptions that are meant to target the regulation to the right size and scale of farm. And so if you have what's really a bunch of small farms that are aggregated, do they no longer qualify for those? Might be an interesting question.
I think it goes back to my comment too about the difference between the entity that holds the land, which could be cooperative, and then individual farming entities that you would want to create some kind of a lease between the farming entity and the land holding entity. But then they would qualify because they would just be their own individual business that would be going out for those programs.
Right, they're aggregated individuals versus it's all one big.
Which makes it difficult when you're aggregating to go after programs, because then it's like
everybody has to do one.
It's all a makeup of one whole. You're not gonna see it is zoned as one parcel. In ways it doesn't matter. It's still looked at as this one parcel. So there is a lot of like recognizing like that's how you can share land, is parceling it up, and like it's on the landowner, right, to do that parceling, and it's almost I want to say like arbitrary to just the landowner's knowledge, or whoever's leasing that land, versus all of it parceled out in that ownership too, which is maybe a way we're thinking of like leasing. I mean, it's kind of like that in some loans, but like leasing for long enough time, not the same as ownership, but looked at in a way when these different funding opportunities are coming up. That makes sense.
May I ask you all, do you have any last reflections or any other ideas or recommendations that you want to leave with the task force for consideration while we have you here today?
I think maybe this is something that y'all have already heard in other meetings. So I'm reaffirming something that just feel like the impact of speculation on land is like a huge barrier. Like, and it's like, you know, plays out, in the actual like values, that and how much land costs, like Carmen, that you were talking about, but also even the like networks within which land information about land is traded and like getting access. You see a for sale sign, then you know it's for sale, but there's oftentimes land that's just changing hands without off market. And so I think there are parallels in efforts to sort of like de-speculate housing that I think could really apply in the agricultural land context too, to prevent like more and more non-operating landowners and investment firms and Madeline's here who wrote the book on it. That's happening. So yeah.
Everyone with this light reading tonight.
Yeah.
Carmen, Hugo, any other thoughts from you? Or Dorian as well?
No, just thank you, and hopefully some of these recommendations are heard, and if not, I think it's good to meet you all and know that a lot of the things that are shared with you shared with somebody here, so where it keeps going in spite of this.
I was trying to track a couple of the things that stood out to me as kind of key takeaways, both from the presentation and some of the follow-up conversation. I don't need to go through them right now, but if I could maybe just grab you for a moment during our break, just trying to get us a little back to make sure there's anything else that you might want me to capture up here, but kind of starting with your presentations. I got a couple of opportunities for cooperative ownership models, a few concerns that were listed. And then Carmen, when we got to your conversation, I started some notes here about the assembly alternative model and some of the possible, some of the issues that you raised on that model. And then the opportunities I heard, which I think I want to read these because they might be relevant for you all, task force members to review, but maybe designing a new entity type that's not just an LLC or an NGO. How to make transactions more direct. Third, limited middleman, excuse the terminology, middle person. Angle there. How we're thinking about this. What is the impact of redesigning existing programs versus developing new programs with that equity lens baked in? So kind of where's the best value for the effort there? And then a couple of ideas here, maybe having the state, I don't exactly know what this means, you all do as experts, but having the state being more of a redistributor of resources, where the local groups are more primed to manage those resources. And then how to address some of the issues, inability to transfer to tribes, transfer land to tribes because they weren't listed, right, as one of the opportunities they're thereby requiring a formation of a nonprofit. Is that something that would be easier to kind of take on? Or could we revise eligibility criteria for certain programs or financial resource opportunities? So I just really wanted to highlight those. I'm not sure if I got them exactly right, but maybe it'll jog your memories as you start to get those conversations.
I think it's also important to add under the equity lens baked in, include equity and compliance lens, because they have to stay in, you have to keep them accountable to their compliance that is needed. But again, listed right down there with the issue of tribe not being listed, technically they were in compliance. So the issue of not being acknowledged is a factor.
Right. Right. Okay. Thank you all for joining us today. So. Yes, thank you for that reminder. Let's check any public comments in the room or online for this portion. No, no public comment. Thank you for the check. So let's do a 10-minute break if everyone's okay with that. Let's start back just like at 3:43-ish. We're a little behind schedule, but we'll make up some time here. Okay, stretch break. Thank you, everyone.
Style. Yes. They did.
Yeah, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, we know. Ya lo interpreto. Yeah.
When they're talking about like pizza, cheese,
Yeah.
like that seems that would be hard, but like maybe you could actually change the label, you know, like the.
Yeah.
Just those ways of thinking about
Yeah.
the purpose of property.
Well, that's try to get to that. The plan structure is to have this body assembly really like the voices are like
Under.
Yeah. And you know, be that thing when it comes to navigating.
It's like text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Sean.
Well, it's also, it helps to build our record.
Yep.
You're happy, so I'm happy, we can believe it.
Yeah, there's 2 birds.
Okay. Oh, fantastic. Great. We'll clean up the food that we've.
Yeah, no, I guess that's what.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much.
For all of that.
Do you know if we're gonna get doomed if we're just parked in that 2-hour parking lot?
Maybe. There is one that's just down the street. It's like $1.25. If you like go out, this is Monterey, I think that's wherever the front, running along that way. And if you just go through one intersection and then stay in the left lane, you'll see the parking structure on your left.
Okay.
So if you mention that.
My car.
They did say earlier though that it's highly unlikely that anyone will get ticketed or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Wonder if I could just move to a different spot. That would be.
Sure, this time of day, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to invite you back. This is a good meeting for you to come to, huh? Oh. Awesome. Oh.
So like half an hour, so I think we'll be able to. But now. Things.
The land. On the land and we're making hella money off you. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are.
I mean, it's just depends on whether it's. Maybe that's not maybe.
I'm gonna go to the red as well. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. How about you? Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's like, yeah, well, and then drive back. Good. Thanks, Art.
Yeah.
Okay, it's because of something.
I appreciate it. It's fun.
Okay, home stretch. The hardest part of the day. It's even harder the first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, you know. So and you know it's awful. It's gonna be dark when we leave. Oh,
Don't say that, baby.
we've been here all day.
You can talk about that.
I just ruined it.
It's like tricking my body.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Professional.
I think we should get started in the interest of time. One or two folks are still on break, but they will trickle back in. Shall we? Okay. For our last portion of the day, we want to provide everyone with subcommittee updates. Because subcommittees have met over in the August meeting and the November meeting. We know some of you sit on multiple subcommittees, but it's a lot to kind of keep track of. So this is also going to prime you for your conversations tomorrow. So we have 6 subcommittees. They have that list on the next slide. Yeah, so here's our 6 subcommittees. The updates go in this order. Each of the subcommittees has one of your fantastic staff persons kind of assigned to guide that subcommittee and spearhead the research requests and generally keep that subcommittee organized. And so how we decided to kind of split this up is those staff persons, Camille and Tessa, who are more or less spearheading kind of organization of that subcommittee. They'll give a brief update on that subcommittee's recent endeavors. But then, of course, we want to turn to the subcommittee members themselves to add anything, fill in any gaps, or just kind of engage in conversation. And then this is a good opportunity, excuse me, because we're in this group together, for the rest of you. If you don't sit on that subcommittee, this is where you're allowed to ask questions and engage in conversation, or maybe even offer ideas or suggestions for that subcommittee's work. And if we want to change the composition of subcommittees, we can do that in that space, either today or tomorrow. So maybe you're feeling inspired and you would like to join another subcommittee, then perhaps you feel like you want to step back from the subcommittee. So we want to hear all of that during this session. Great. So we'll start with staff going through updates, and then we'll turn to subcommittee members to build on that, and then just have some open conversation about those subcommittee efforts. First up is community outreach, which is Tessa.
So I think the majority of this subcommittee discussion will be about the survey, but we'll just start with a quick kind of rundown of what the subcommittee has been up to. So far the subcommittee has met in July and October. Oh, and I'll mention, you can see the members in the subcommittee. So the subcommittee has had 2 meetings, July and October. The subcommittee developed their goals in the first subcommittee meeting and discussed different outreach events and activities that they wanted to prioritize, or wanted the task force to prioritize, rather. So that included conference attendance, it included the survey, which we'll talk about, and then listening sessions or focus groups. There's different terms to get into communities and hear their feedback on the draft recommendations that are coming. Some tasks that were requested of these subcommittee members and assigned to staff included developing a community outreach plan, so that's on the website. We'll make it in a more accessible way for our conversation earlier today. We developed a multilingual survey, and an outreach toolkit was something else that was requested, which was kind of in the same vein of just combining all of the resources that are related to outreach that we're creating and putting them in an easy place for all the task force members to find them and to use them. So you can go next. Next steps for this subcommittee include attending a couple more conferences. So staff will be attending the Latino Farmers Conference next week. And I think some task force members are also going to be there. And then there's also 2 other conferences, which are Eco Farm coming in January and the UNAF conference, which is all online coming up in February. And so we'll actually have sessions about the task force during those conferences. We are going to continue developing the community partner outreach list, which is something that the community has listed in file. And that is partially on staff, but also partially going to be a task force wide group number. Just knowing that all the individual networks that together we are more. We will begin to organize these listening sessions, which will happen in the winter and spring of next calendar year. And specifically explore compensation mechanisms for folks to participate in those listening sessions. And with all of that said, it looks like we'll need to have a couple more meetings coming up soon to discuss the details of everything I just shared. Maybe in December or January, but based on the conversation that we also had this morning about potentially needing more meetings, perhaps we do a couple, we can talk about that. And that would be specifically around our upcoming outreach plans and potentially to discuss recommendations that could be included in the report related to community outreach. So that's a quick rundown. Now I wanted to highlight 2 things. So the first one is that we do have this toolkit, which is essentially just a Google Drive folder with everything in it. That's, I think, going to be the easiest way to allow all of you to access the various flyers that Megan has mentioned that describe what the task force is doing, the QR codes, the survey outreach materials, all of that is in there. So we will be sure to share that Google Drive folder if we haven't already. I think between the last subcommittee meeting and this task force, so the toolkit is there and we'll continue to add to it, especially since the survey is now live. You know, I've just in the past couple of weeks been adding additional materials there. The second thing is the survey. So this is the time where we can discuss the survey a bit more in depth, specifically around outreach plans, given that it is live. And so quick status update. It is live online in a survey format. And we have a paper hard copy format. It's in English and it's in Spanish. And before it went live in Chinese, hopefully this coming week, I want to share time with you. So big shout out to Chi, who has done a ton of work to help us make sure that the translation was really accurate into Chinese. So thank you for that. And also to Dia's colleague at CDFA for the Spanish version. That was really huge to make sure that the language was all made sense in our specific context. So we have the digital copies, we have the hard copies, and I think essentially, you know, I kind of want to propose to the task force that we send you home with hard copies and that everyone set the goal to get a few filled out and so a few surveys filled out, whether that's online or hard copies. I put 5 as a number. I threw that number out there that everyone could aim to try and do, and of course above and beyond that would be amazing. And then a couple notes about the survey. So it is 20 questions, maybe it's 21 with the final question. Maybe I'll actually just send this around right now. We can see. So 21. So just take one of my thumbs. So let's have a. So yeah, this survey is not going to provide us as like a statistical, a representative sample of BIPOC farmers, of tribal members who are producing, any given community that you all have started to serve. That would take a really huge effort that we don't have capacity to do, and it's also like an acknowledgement that the communities we're trying to serve are not just all others and reach. So the survey, I think we can think about it more as a platform to begin the conversation. So it can be an outreach tool. And whether you get it filled out quickly, via sending it via email to a listserv, or you get it filled out by just having a conversation in the field with farmers, neighbors. I think that you all could use this as a learning tool for yourself. And so if you do go get the survey filled out, or you just have this question that follow these survey questions and include these survey questions 5 times with 5 different folks, I do believe that that would provide a lot of insight for each and every one of you that we could then come back and share. So it's kind of a cool effort there. We're definitely going to get some virtual responses and we'll get some data, but it can also just be an outreach tool. So I'll pause there and would love to hear your thoughts, and if anyone feels like they can invest a little bit to get this distributed.
So we are continuing developing the community partner outreach list. So I think it would be great if we have a sharing document with all of the members so that everyone can add that list.
We'll consider how we could do that within the BK guidelines, might be some way to kind of continually collect that information.
Yeah, so I think each task force members will have a plan for action to keep up.
Thank you.
And I'm really interested to know their compensation mechanisms for the next that will contribute that that will decide the outcome for the lesson decision, because we do need to compensate farmers for the time. Those undeserved small farmers, they're very busy. They are family-owned farmers, and it's a big ask for them to travel and do the business.
If folks are getting hard copy responses from the survey, well, I think first, if you wanted to take more hard copies with yourself, we have plenty. And we can always send you additional ones in the mail. And when is the survey anticipated to close in January?
End of January.
End of January. So if you do collect hard copy responses, then maybe we can have you post them back to us.
Yes, that's an important detail. Send us pictures or send them online.
Yeah, and then we can either figure out how to get you some mailing supplies or like return mailing supplies, or we can scan the responses or something back to us. I know that Emily had a question earlier about if there's an opportunity to make revisions to the language of the questions. So if there's something egregious, I think we should definitely talk about it. It may be kind of challenging because, as you mentioned, it is live and responses are already coming in to add questions or something like that. But if there's things that we miss here, we should explore opportunities to collect feedback on specific questions if we missed that, either via listening sessions or through some of those interviews. If folks reply to the survey and say, yes, I'm interested in a follow-up interview, or if we know that there's specific persons we should talk to, we can kind of pursue that avenue as well. Let me pause and see if anyone wants to respond to that or offer any insights or thoughts. If they decided to go up.
No, I think I was just trying to confirm, but the survey's only out till the end of January, and then all of 2025 is the listening sessions.
Yeah, thanks for that. So those details are in the outreach plan, but of course, if you're not in the subcommittee, then you probably haven't seen that info. That's the general idea that the survey is in phase 1 of outreach, leading up to the first draft, which we're aiming for in February. And then the listening sessions would take place, through maybe August, just given, the fall timeline actually.
The only thing I can say there is like, kind of going off what you said, farmers are so spread thin. It wasn't until like COVID times where CAP moved their small conference online, and I ever say, oh yeah, I'm gonna tune in while I'm sitting in a wheelbarrow. Hold on, I'm gonna take a break real quick. Sit in my compost. So making sure there's online listening sessions and it goes both ways. Some farmers are too old, can't get online. Some, are tech savvy enough to listen with their headphones while they're working.
That'd be great.
That's it.
If you're not a member of the community outreach subcommittee and you have other ideas that you want the subcommittee to explore, please share them now, because you kind of run into some restraints if you're just in observing mode as a non-committee member during subcommittee sessions. Ruth?
Are there options to use any of the budget to hire like consultants or community partners to do additional outreach?
Yeah, there are. We are trying to think through those options right now. The survey, given our timeline and given the contracting timeline, we can figure out if those two layers will align.
But more for the listening sessions.
Yes, we are.
We're planning to work through partner.
Yeah, and I think as part of building this network that she mentioned, so this community organization like resource where we form we could, you all can share with us, could you might say who would be a good partner for next year. Yeah, thanks for that. Sure.
And also, does anyone want to join the community outreach subcommittee as an official subcommittee member?
Or remove themselves, even though I don't want to encourage that. You know your capacity.
Oh, Irene's interested. Yes, Irene is joining. Okay, so awesome recap. Got some conferences coming up where we'll have attendance as we've developed some materials, some outreach material that everyone is welcome to use. We're going to send out the link to the Google Drive folder for that digital toolkit. But again, I know I'm a bit repetitive. If you would like us to mail you hard copies of anything for your outreach purposes, let us know. We can mail you hard copies of the survey. We can do those fact sheets. Listening session coming up 2025. Survey is live in 3 languages, open through the end of January. And we'll also do interviews beginning probably Q1 2025. More of the details are outlined in the community outreach plan. And this subcommittee expects to meet again December and January. So yeah.
A question about the Latino Farmer Conference next week. Will the Spanish language survey will you have a booth there with the survey to like administer in person? Only on the second day? Or I mean, the first day is the tours.
Yeah, I think when you buy a booth, you get a tour ticket too.
Okay, so it'll just be the paper survey though?
It'll be both. There'll be like a QR code.
Okay, just because I can make sure to funnel people over there. We'll have to see if it's staff.
We can give you some flyers too.
Monterey.
Yeah.
We do have our staff going, maybe if you need any help.
Yeah.
Conducting the surveys.
That would be great.
But she's only Spanish speaking, so
No, that's
she
great.
can do the Spanish one.
Us as well. We'll be fine.
Farming also will be there with the representatives. I'm asking right now if we're having people, but we could definitely call.
Perfect.
I can let folks know if there's like a
talking point, like a blurb, just because some of the folks who are going aren't as familiar with this course, that'd be great.
Okay, we'll send you that flyer. And just a final note about the surveys, if you do get hard copies filled out, you could also bring them to the February meeting. That'll be basically the deadline for the survey, so that's a better option for you.
Of course. It's going to have a table in the Latino Farmer Conference. Oh, okay. Sierra is also going to be a table there.
Okay, sounds like
So we have
There'll be
a
lots. We have hard copies of the flyers with QR codes, so we'll make sure that everyone
Yeah.
has those so that you can just have people send them to Tessa, but also they can get the QR code right there at your tables if you're willing to display. Like,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. I have a question. Where in the survey does it ask about partnerships when it comes to the information we're seeking?
Do you mean willing to be a partner? Is that what
About the third person taking a survey, what type of partnerships have they seeked out for whatever land information we're seeking, whether they own land,
If they try to access land via, like through partnerships
right,
with.
align, yeah, because how the person mentioned earlier, it wasn't necessarily just always just one entity, there could be several.
Yeah, I don't think that got in here. I'm trying to think about. So yeah, we ask about land access status or land tenure status.
I would ask it after you're inquiring about them ever applying for, what was it, grants and a loan grants and then partnerships.
If you've ever entered into a partnership.
For to support your land, farm, or business.
Okay. Yeah, like mentioned, or like Megan mentioned, I think some of those additional questions could be addressed through interviews, because we will be doing interviews with farmers.
Yeah, not everyone's gonna want to interview them, so that's why I'm asking to put it on there. And then just for like my experience putting out survey, community assessment, I think it's best to have the about me together rather than splitting it up. It's kind of just unbalanced in my personal interpretation. It should be all clumped together rather than more about you, you know. I don't know what the reason why it's split up, but it should be all together.
Fair enough. There's a lot of survey like psychology about how you're getting those responses, and so I think that was one tip that we got about putting some of that then.
Oh, okay.
I think we do go anyways, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We can add, I believe we could add that question you're mentioning, Emily, to the online version. If you are comfortable taking copies today and distributing these, that might be a good way to do it in the interim. But if anyone would like hard copies that have a question about partnerships, just flag us and we'll be sure to get you those hard copies.
And then I had a question just about the community partner outreach list. Is that gonna stay internal with staff? Cause I know some of the stuff we're putting online. I just wanted to reaffirm that, right?
That's a really good question. Yeah, internal.
Great. Thank you.
And the idea actually is to share that internally within, like for the task force members only, so let's make sure that's okay as you're adding organizations. But it will not be put on the website.
Good. Sorry. Oh, no, I was just wanted to clarify, so this isn't gonna be used for like statistics? Or results of that?
Yeah, that's okay.
We will take the numbers that we get and we will use those numbers to demonstrate what we can with the numbers that we have, but it's not going to be like a statistically valid sample, right? Or quantitative data analysis. That being said, I think with, even if we don't have a huge number of responses, the survey is designed to get a kind of nuance of response that will then allow for other kinds of conversations that the task force may wish to explore or may wish to ensure you're moving in those listening sessions, right? It provides a baseline foundation, and that's why we're pivoting away from the survey to phase 2, which is more of that
you know, let's think through the recommendations that are being developed and get feedback on those things. So it's really meant as like a tool to launch that next. Exactly.
But we will definitely like summarize the results and figure that out. So, you know.
I was just curious because of the, if there are questions added or changed, then it sort of changes it.
No, but, well, it depends, because you can, well, okay, we will talk about that and consider it, I think. It'll just depend on like where we're at this point. Adding a new question is different than altering a question. But we can consider that.
Yeah, I also just want to acknowledge like I understand the need for a turnaround, get the information so we can form the first draft. But I hope we continue to have the option of a survey, because 1 or 2 months is a good time, but like a lot of the folks in the room mentioned, it's gonna, yeah, I don't know, it's just not gonna be a priority. We got fruits to and vegetation to take care of, land to steward. So just thinking about that and how we can, I know you have your deadline, so I won't say extend, but just continue these efforts, yeah.
The deadline can be flexible, actually. I mean, we set that as a starting place because of the February meeting.
Yeah.
But I think especially, maybe we can revisit it in the community outreach subcommittee, and you all can advise the number of responses we've gotten and the time of year and the success you've had reaching people. And then we could definitely, you know, I don't think I think an extension is actually the easiest thing that we could do.
I'll say one quick thing, and I know Sean wanted to say something. It's just that given capacity, the reason why we're actually going to set the survey aside and move on is because you will have a draft of recommendations in February. So Brad, this is really about what are you experiencing right now? And what we're really hoping we can do in that second phase of outreach is, here's what we're proposing. What do you say? Does that make sense? So if you only have limited capacity, we'd actually prefer to make that switch. Does that make sense, Emily? And Sean, I know you want to jump in.
I was just gonna say, we can do both as well. Like, we have this deadline for that purpose that you outlined there, but we can then keep it on it, and then we can report that. The initial reporting up to responses we received to that date that can then inform the recommendations. But beyond that, we can, and then report back in 6 months' time for additional responses we received.
This could be the first, or the report first draft survey.
Yeah, because getting the listening sessions is the reason why there's that deadline, right? So then like, I still feel like getting this out to farmers and getting the numbers, although it's not that like quantitative Western data analysis to be like, hey, these farmers are giving us their stories, and it's not gonna be real numbers to anybody, but like, I still think like gathering those things really brings our recommendation with more meat. And like having it open for longer, you know, gives folks that can't make it to the listening session hear about us in 3 months, you know, hear about our work later on. Because I mean, farmers that I know what I'm doing. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm part of this team. Like,
Yeah.
no. So yeah.
I just wanted to second that. I think that's a really good idea. I think it's also good for the fact that this type of data is not often collected in the state. And these kinds of numbers, although we can't say statistically, it's important when we have recommendations to have numbers that go along with them. And currently, these types of questions, the only real data that we refer to is this ag census, and we all know that that's not a representative sample for underserved and small scale users and tribal producers. So, yeah, second that.
I have a chat issue for like if I send this to the RCD lead, those RCD technical assistance providers, they go to meet with the farmers, and then some of them will have a phone and help the farmers to fill the survey.
I imagine that one technical assistance providers will meet with several farmers. Can they use the same phone? Do multiple surveys? Because I have no idea. Or is an image one?
No, I believe so. Yeah, let's,
It's not like it's same email kind of thing.
it's not connected to like a Google account or anything like that. So I believe so. We can test that out just to actually confirm.
It's not Qualtrics, right? No.
Yeah, we can check the backend settings to make sure you can use one the same from the same IP address.
And then just write in a different name as the response name, yeah.
Yeah, because some of the farmers, they won't be able to text and use the phone of and they would prefer the technical assistance provided.
I just had a question real quick, because we're, for the introduction, the purpose of the survey is to hear directly from individuals. So, I just wanted to mention earlier, one of the members of the public, I had spoken with them outside, and they actually prefer not, I don't want to convey their, but I understood it, so I'm gonna say it, to be referred as an individual because they are a tribal citizen, so they're dual citizenship. And I'm just curious as to if we need to, cause are we gonna, we want to hear from staff members, right? Tribal serving professionals, as well as tribal leaderships. These folks aren't gonna be individually giving their input on, based off of their individual input. It'll be based off of the tribe, so I'm just recommending that we put individuals and, tribal representatives, and that's just, what's best for me.
Okay, thank you so much. That's an easy change that we can make, and I think, yeah, sounds like it would be really helpful.
Okay, we have 5 more. Five more subcommittees, but we knew this one was going to require the most discussion. We can also revisit some of these tomorrow during our working session if we need to, but thank you for all that important feedback. Thank you, Irene, for joining the community outreach subcommittee. Permission to advance to the next. Okay. Land access acquisition and ancestral land return, or LA3.
Okay, so similar structure here. This subcommittee, what you can see all of our 9 members up there. This subcommittee was created in the August meeting, as you all remember, in September one time. And in that meeting, that was 4 working groups, which was basically in order to structure the work moving forward for this subcommittee. So since then, we've kind of broken some of the scope of the subcommittee up into those 4 working groups. And that will be one of the ways that the working group members can push this work forward. Of course, then bringing that back to the subcommittee. You can go to the next slide there. I think, so one more, I guess, comment on the working groups. The progress of those working groups is in different places. So I've talked to a couple people about the working groups that they're on, and I haven't talked to others about the working groups that they're on so far. And so that work will happen in those Google Docs that some of you may have seen. And at any point, you can add your ideas there. At any point, we can have a one-on-one phone call. There's many different ways to kind of contribute to that work. As far as research tasks go that came out of the subcommittee, the first was exploring and creating land that the sorority take interest. That's one model that a member expressed interest in. And then reviewing the work of the California Reparations Task Force in the context of the subcommittee to see if there's any overlap in the recommendations that this task force, this California Reparations Task Force has already made. And then additional next steps, inviting Dr. Riesling Baldy as a guest speaker to a future subcommittee meeting. And then moving priority ahead for you. So not a ton of substance so far, but the huge part of the work that has been accomplished so far is really just structuring the work ahead.
So yeah, that's it. Most of the folks in the room are participants in this subcommittee. But for folks who are not, do you have any questions for those subcommittee members? Any of you, forward about, and conversely, subcommittee members, is there anything that you wanted to discuss at the full task force level?
Who wants to join me? I'm on a working group by myself.
Which working group are you on, Nathaniel?
Just help me out here.
You're on the land markets working group.
Yes.
Oh,
And
okay.
sorry for not indicating that. You want to join that one? Okay.
I wasn't able to make the September meeting, so I don't know if I'm on one of those working groups.
We didn't assign you.
Great, I'll join that. That's the one I wanted to join.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Along with that, anybody wants to join the land succession strategies?
Yeah. You have to decide what ones you want to.
You came to mind, but I don't want to.
I mean, like, have a lot to say about that. I just don't have a lot of capacity, so, I mean. Like. Can I consult without like committing to a working group?
We have some ideas for how the working groups could be slightly shifted so that, because Leah, you are so, you have so much to say in this conversation with Nelson, so we can talk about that offline. It might, James is not here, but it might take shifting a bit of a working group you're in with James.
Right.
It will be a discussion we can have. I know it's like a puzzle, right? We all use a puzzle, but we have some ideas.
I'm not gonna be hanging on that topic, but.
Yeah, I'll ask this question of everyone once again tomorrow after your World of the Sleeps working session, because you'll have time to look at what's being put forward underneath these different umbrella topics and then kind of react to them and contribute your thoughts. And then maybe it might make sense to do some consolidation, or you might be inspired to join a working group. So hold that in your mind. We don't have to make any decisions today. But anything else subcommittee members here want to add or provide brief updates on by way of your efforts of your working group, or any questions or discussion items you want to bring forward right
I like your raccoon.
Okay, so maybe you want to go backwards. Let's move to grants and resources, which is Camille will kick us off there.
Yeah, so there have been 2 meetings of this subcommittee in July and September. We had our first guest presentation by David Mansara that is recorded and is online on HTC's YouTube channel. If anyone who was in that meeting would still like to review that. Sort of a particular case study of his experience going through the financing of land acquisition and the various ways that had to bring together a lot of different entities, a lot of different types of funding to move that forward. The subcommittee has established 3 working groups: financing, grant program outcomes, and tax law incentives. Those are the 3 working groups. They're now operational within that subcommittee, and if you'll move forward. We have a few research tasks that are currently in progress. One is pretty much completed, and we'll be sharing that with the subcommittee very soon. Tax percentage model from outside California, that was a request. What are other states doing that we could consider? An analysis of 12 selected grant programs. So this is specific to that working group, but of course the whole subcommittee on grant program outcomes. What data is out there, what data is not out there, and so that the subcommittee and the task force could consider recommendations related to that. And then there was also a request for case studies and analysis of programs that specifically support land PAC. And of course, that is also intersects with other subcommittees and working groups. So that will be something that we can continue to think about the best way to make sure that's shared out as broadly as possible. So the next steps, of course, working groups are going to continue working, and we're going to aim for a subcommittee meeting. Originally we had said December, but assumed everyone's calendars were so busy, January was more realistic, but given the request for more meetings, we will have a subcommittee meeting when next everyone can meet. So soon. December or January to move that work along. Any questions or additions from Subcommittee members, anyone else?
I had a question if, and I asked Gary, but I would like to hear from other members of this subcommittee if they are reviewing philanthropy in any way. Cause it listed grants, loans and other financial avenues.
Philanthropy has not been one of the, I'd say, like, priorities that's risen to the top of this subcommittee. Do subcommittee members have any response to that or any thoughts?
I was thinking of that we were talking about that kind of partnership of public in our first meeting, but all these meetings.
Yeah.
I might be mistaken in my memory, but I thought we were at least talking about those.
Philanthropy is included in that list. Do you
Yeah.
remember that really long list of programs? There are private programs listed in that, but they are not part of the 12 selected grant programs at this point.
But that's a really important point that if because it was in that that longer
It was,
list.
yes.
There's philanthropy groups that provide grant funding for what we're talking about. So that's why I'm making this
Models of
recommendation.
that too. I was even, Neil was.
It's like it's hard, even like Manzanita Capital, that's what they do.
Mhm.
But it's hard to make this recommendation for philanthropy to deal like. I don't know.
It's not in alignment, you don't think? Or-
Well, that's from state
Right.
funding, it's coming from the people that should be helping, or like that's a whole different. You can't, don't give them any more incentives to be giving away their money.
Mhm.
Like that's the whole point of them creating the foundations in the first place, and the philanthropy, they're benefiting from giving some land back. So I feel like, yeah, I don't know if it's totally in alignment.
Okay. I will say these 12 specifically were selected. They're all state grant programs except for one. To Nathaniel's point, I think that's why the subcommittee has selected the government run programs, because we within this body have more impact on that landscape. And so that's why we selected those, and then California specifically, because that's the state that we're working within. I don't. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I will say, maybe we could put this on our next meeting agenda to think about, because the state can accept philanthropic dollars for programs to kind of supplement and things like that. In some cases, so, looking at those examples, maybe where that's been done, but I hear what you're saying about maybe.
Like who's gonna benefit
Well, that-
from Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos being able to be like, here's $300 million to the thing, so I can get more of a so that I'm
Oh,
just kind of
right.
like, yeah, that.
But there could
Yeah.
be also cases where there's matching funds that were able to be accepted for some sort of mechanism to get access to land. I don't know, but say maybe we can just put it for the next.
I have a note here to make sure that this question is part of the agenda for the next subcommittee meeting. So that subcommittee could discuss. Maybe there's a way that you could take one issue and then consider how philanthropy, like programs that support land back, that's going to be a mix of state and philanthropy. So as a way of modeling what that could look like, maybe not necessarily then advocating for it, but just to understand it. So I'll just put that to you, but we'll make sure that we include that in the next subcommittee meeting.
Okay. Moving us along. Thank you, everyone. Oh, any changes to composition? Okay. Land tenure.
Yeah, so the land tenure subcommittee is currently made up of 2 members. They met in September and established one working group. The working group aligns with the subcommittee name. Because the working group happens to 2, and the subcommittee is composed of 2 members, so that kind of works out. And so far, one of the big research tasks that we've taken away is the Subdivision Map Act. And if you go to the next slide, there are a lot more kind of under next steps that we are looking into. So The first one would be highlighting kind of the connection between land tenure, conservation, and climate mitigation. Also, this is expressed interest in focusing on increasing access to legal resources and funding for technical assistance providers. They've also expressed interest in addressing insurance and have expressed interest in inviting the Indian Land Tenure Foundation as a guest speaker. So that's a plan for the upcoming meeting. They didn't put down a date as to when the next subcommittee meeting would be. And based on the conversation today, it seems like that will be pretty soon, which sounds great. So
I've been having thoughts. So I'm noticing and in the work plan documents, beautiful, I love it. Have notes. We are speaking like adjacent, but not directly to the topic that is one of the largest barriers in California to land access. It's affordability. We haven't like looked it right in the face. And I think that some, not all of the solutions or a few tools for affordability are linked to some of the movement and structures and deed restrictions that are associated with conservation. So I propose that this subcommittee be called Land Tenure and Affordability. And that we could add some topics to discuss around. I mean, that affordability could be added to a number of these subcommittees, right?
Markets.
Yeah, like it's everywhere. It just needs a home. But I, in not wanting to create another working group and another subcommittee.
Yeah.
You know, right? And like LAAA has like a lot of topics it's trying to attack right now. So, and this one is, you know, deep, but a little light on some of the topics. Open to ideas, but I've got some recommendations already with regards to affordability that I don't have a place to put right now and discuss. So, have at it, everybody.
As first member responses. This idea.
I think it's a good idea.
And we're inviting people to join the land tenure subcommittee as well.
How many subcommittees can you be on?
All of them.
You can be on all, oh, you're on all of them.
No, I'm really trying not to.
I will join that one. I got the conservation bug and trying to figure out how we can really hope to define that in the future. For me, I think land tenure, you know, putting that piece of people infrastructure into conservation. And I mean, based on what we heard earlier, there's so many little situations, not one thing, but making sure we understand that and making recommendations that do understand that.
Yeah, I, that's a great idea. I feel like we've also been dealing with easement in the largest subcommittee, just because it's a big part of like land use. Yeah, and Fab 2 is like squarely within land use. So I'm just noticing that, and you know, redundant is good. I don't necessarily think it's redundant, but I'm just noticing like it. I'm looking at the land tenure and I'm like, wait, these are all things I'm gonna be working at with like. So I'm just noticing that, and I'm wondering if I should join this one or if it makes sense to merge the two, or if Lux feels too big right now. I'm just thinking of for this, I don't know, for the sake of creating more generative spaces to have, you know, the same conversations.
Yeah.
Because I feel like subdivision map act is something that we want to be talking about in Lux too, and kind of conservation easements, and it's But I think if you see value in like this subcommittee existing on its own, then I might also just join. Yeah, would you want to open up the party or make two parties, you know? Yeah.
Well, so it sounds like that is a proposal, right, to move the land use governance and sovereignty and land tenure together, right? That's kind of the idea there, to make this one subcommittee that looks.
I'm checking it, yeah, to see how. it
Yeah,
maps.
well, those, right now, those two subcommittees only have 2 members each. So you're not talking about like, and you're very overlapping, so I'll just say that's something for you all to. Sure, consider.
Remember, I think.
Is involved.
I think that's sort of, yeah, I'm like.
Oh, I just said.
Oh, say no to her.
I understood.
No, I have no objection.
Proposal on the table to merge land tenure, with land use governance and sovereignty. Also adding affordability somewhere in this title or within a subtopic. Current membership is Dorian, Emily, and Leah, and Nathaniel just joined. So if we merge, well, because Nathaniel wanted to join the land tenure discussion. So if we merge those two, then I think you have the option of forming 2 or more small working groups underneath this larger umbrella.
What are the topics that Loves is getting?
Let's go to.
Yeah, do we want to know?
Yeah, that.
So. My thought is because we have this, like, a very similar working session tomorrow. That's coming after the end of the 3-hour working session that we're planning. I think it might be valuable for us to kind of dig into these topics because they're currently split by these subcommittees. And that might give us a better idea of how to proceed. Just with that broader understanding and having discussed these issues for 3 hours tomorrow.
Let's keep them in mind.
Yeah, so maybe as tomorrow, it's a great idea, Caleb, as you're working tomorrow, think whether you could see these things localized through a singular subcommittee that brings together these topics. Does that sound good?
Well, we pivoted right to Loves.
Yeah, so, as you're saying, there are a lot of overlaps with land tenure and their own team members, and so kind of talk about all of that. So I'm going to skip over that. But one of the great things is Lugs has begun to do some great work, already beginning to work on defining some key terms, like feeling out, maybe developing some recommendations. Lots of research tasks have been kind of proposed from this subcommittee, looking into urban growth boundaries, also looking into urban agriculture, how those intersect, how they might be different. Looking into easement and grant programs and then connections to land improvement limitations, looking into co-management agreements with the state, researching local fire, and then also looking into the CNRA's Tribal Nature-Based Solutions Program. Next slide. So the next steps that Lugs had identified, which may change tomorrow with the combinations, but I wanted to hear from the Circle Law Group as a guest speaker. And they're going to continue the recommendations development and hearing from guests together.
Just a quick note for the previous slide. It should read traditional ecological knowledge, including cultural fire. Because I don't want it to be, limited just to cultural.
Thank you. Reflections on topics, immediate reflections, we'll be reflecting all things tomorrow. All right, last one. Sustaining natural and cultural resources, the very first to have its own acronym.
Yes. Bigger subcommittee this time, but also a lot of overlapping topics in a lot of different areas. This one's been around for longer, so in July and October, there's some longer term research tasks. So some of those research tasks include evaluating existing policies and their impact on sovereignty, including regarding cultural fire and traditional ecological knowledge, ancestral land return, and the protection of native sites, remains, and artifacts. We've also been asked to develop a summary of ratified and unratified treaties and mapping ancestral lands in relation to temporary ownership, along with other mapping requests that kind of fit in with this broader context setting that can be done kind of through the visuals of mapping. Next slide. So because of all these research tasks, the last subcommittee meeting that we had posed meeting again once staff had this research a little bit more kind of along the way, a little bit more developed, so that we could discuss that a little bit further. Also have suggested inviting a guest speaker or perhaps a workshop host, seeing if we can get a little creative with the Redbud Resource Group. And at the next meeting, have discussed clarifying the subcommittee scope, kind of again receiving those preliminary research findings. Again, I think there might be value tomorrow in thinking about how all three of these subcommittees kind of work together for the work of this task force.
Great. Thank you, Caleb. Any comments or immediate feedback? Okay. Great. Before we go to general public comments, let's see if there's any public comments specific to subcommittee updates, either in the room or online. One online. Okay.
All right.
Wonderful.
Marissa, I will allow you to unmute and please keep your comments to about 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everyone. Just a quick question for the land use subcommittee. I was wondering if you were also talking about zoning, because some of the issues I'm hearing come up, like the one about prohibiting assembly, I believe that it can only be done through zoning law, and other land sovereignty issues have come up. For example, the ability to build housing or a cultural center on land that's been returned. I think is typically an issue of zoning and local land use control. So just wanted to know if that was also part of what the subcommittee was discussing.
Thank you, Marisa. My apologies. I should have also restated at the beginning of the comment session. So public comment is an opportunity for task force members to hear from the public, and they can engage or respond at their discretion. It's not so much an opportunity for back and forth, which becomes just a teeny bit challenging when comments are shared as questions. So I'll just restate on your behalf, Marisa, that you're recommending that the Land Use Governance and Sovereignty Subcommittee explore zoning, and we can find more information about or notes from that previous subcommittee meeting on.
She also didn't introduce herself if she feels comfortable. She can. She said her first day, but she didn't.
Oh, and Marisa, if you're interested, and all public commenters, if you would like to introduce yourself and your affiliation, you're welcome to do that as well. So Marisa, would you like to?
Sure. I'm Marissa Raya. I am a researcher on equitable land access at UC Davis.
Thank you. Marissa, sorry about the mispronunciation.
Megan, will you please remind the public about filling out the public comment form in order to make. We have a hand raised.
Yes, I'm gonna
do that as well.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, we have one more.
Here's our slide. And Adam, you'll be up in just a moment, and you're familiar with our public comment process, but if you're not, we do have a virtual public comment form. Here's the website. It's on the right-hand side of the screen. It just helps us keep track of who's interested to provide comment during what agenda session. And raise hand is also very helpful. So 2 minutes, Adam X, when you are ready. Thank you for joining.
Howdy, this is Adam X. I'm a land access advocate based out of Los Angeles, and I'm the CEO of Original Manufacturing Incorporated, which is a company that distributes Black farm products across the state of California. I wanted to comment on, I guess, in regard to the outreach committee, and wanted to suggest that they reach out to someone from the the reparations task force about having them on and potentially speaking at a meeting to share their learnings and findings and things that they have learned, because I do know as where they are right now, they're having issues with getting members of the Assembly and Senate to implement some of their recommendations. So I do think that knowledge sharing with what they've gone through would allow the Land Equity Task Force members more ease when it comes to having those recommendations become concrete when it comes to legislation with the Assembly and Senate. So that's my recommendation, that they invest that the task force investigate having someone from the reparations task force come on and speak. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. We did have the use of the Q&A box today. We didn't actually discuss its functionality at the beginning. Pardon me for that lapse. But I would just like to read Camilla Morris. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name, Camilla, but the comments submitted in Q&A. Camilla Morris is the chairperson of the California Reparations Task Force, and they've been listening throughout the day and happy to be a resource if needed. Keep up the great work, Task Force.
What affiliation? Sorry, I didn't catch it.
The California Reparations Task Force. Thank you for those two comments specific to subcommittee updates. We do have an opportunity to go to general comments. If you have a comment that's specific to task force business in general, you're welcome to raise your hand or fill out the comment form and share that with us. We'll pause for one moment to see if anything comes through. Okay.
Oh, and we do have one public comment.
Wonderful. One general public comment. Adam X, when you're ready.
All right, I'm back. Adam X again. I did want to comment on the passage of California's Prop 4, which was known colloquially as the climate bond, but it does have 30 million earmarked for agricultural projects for underserved farmers. And I wanted to query the task force and staff about whether the SGC or the task force itself has any plans on steering the direction of the funds, and what, if there's anything in motion in regard for the SGCs and the task force involvement with the administration of those funds. Is it going to be a Strategic Growth Council task force funding, or is it going to be CDFA or some sort of like joint collaborative effort that determines the projects and initiatives that get these, I think it's about $30 million exclusively for underserved farming projects. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Any additional comments? Okay. Seeing none in the room. We're about to wrap up for the day. Here's our plan for tomorrow. We're gonna get rolling at 8:45, but it's gonna be great because we're gonna have coffee and we're gonna have snack and bag, and we're going for 3/4 of a day or so. We will have lunch provided for task force members, a shorter lunch in the middle of the day, but tomorrow's split into just two primary parts. Working session, we're gonna actually arrange the tables after we all depart today, and so when you come in tomorrow, we're gonna have some small tables because we're gonna want you to work in small groups to start to explore some of the issues and ideas for recommendations that are put forward underneath those three dimensions of land equity. And then we're gonna reconnect all those conversations to what Caleb was pointing out, the work of the subcommittees. So it's gonna be like a little bit of unpacking and repacking. So couple of hours working session, we'll explain how that round robin is going to work in the morning, break for lunch, and then we'll do work planning and next steps. We're scheduled until 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. And we've got some action items for staff today, a couple proposals on the table for how to merge potentially some of the subcommittees, some transitions to subcommittee memberships. I think it's been a very productive day so far.
Yes. Just that tomorrow for the interactive working session, we put together little packets for you all that have information in it, pretty much taken directly from the work plan, but formatted a little bit differently, space for notes, a few resources. Anyone who would like to take that with you today, so you can look at it tonight and bring it in tomorrow, we have them here. If you prefer not to look at that tonight, also understand, and we can give that to you when you arrive tomorrow.
Are you giving us homework?
No, it's optional homework. But we do have them, and you each have one, and your name isn't on there, so that is an offer that is open to you. Okay, it sounds like, so maybe Caleb will walk around and hand those out.
Thank
That
you,
was
thank you
yeah.
for reminding me, I totally skipped over that.
No problem.
Any parting thoughts, closing comment for everybody here for today? No. Good meeting.
Yeah, good meeting. I express my gratitude to the staff, the task force members, and the public, all of our guest speakers for showing up today. It's been a long day, and now enjoying part one of the California Agricultural Land Equity Task. See you all tomorrow.